We just finished issue 7, and we are getting ready to start issue 8, the net present value of the tax benefits slash ADIT, or accumulated deferred income tax. What is the net present value of the tax benefits associated with the retirement of Rush Island plant, if required on the 21st, if required or on September 1st, 2024, or if retired on October 15th, 2024? And how should those accumulated deferred income taxes and excess accumulated deferred income taxes be accounted for with treatment in this case? And here, I talked yesterday about consolidating some of these. Well, I don't think this is the one to consolidate. So why don't we, there's one matter I wanted to deal with before we got into this issue, but that does, in fact, address this issue. And that is, I had directed the parties to file, on April 2nd, I directed the parties to file work papers associated with certain schedules. And it would be my desire to make the work papers associated with those schedules commission exhibits. And those would include supporting work papers for Mitchell Lansford's MJL/D1 total retail revenue requirement for securitization energy transition charge. And these are all in my order. MJL-D2 pro forma plant and service costs, MJL-D3 estimated upfront and ongoing financing costs, MJL-D4 benefits comparison. Those are all Mr. Lansford's schedules. Keith Major's schedules, KMS1. Mr. Riley's schedule JSR-R-02. And Mr. Murray, and there's numerous schedules, it's between DM-S-2 through DM-S-8. I believe these have already been filed. I'm assuming that everybody has had a chance to look at them. I will go through kind of, and it would be my preference to just do one exhibit number per witness on this. So it would be Mr. Lansford's would be like Exhibit 600, Mr. Major's would be Exhibit 601, Mr. Riley's would be Exhibit 602, and Mr. Murray's would be Exhibit 603.
Judge, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't the commission already marked an exhibit as 600?
I marked an Exhibit 605 that was admitted, and those were the work papers of Lansford. It was a single page in regard to base mat coal, and that was tab MAT ampersand SUP2.
Thank you. Sorry.
I will probably be asking the same. Well,
Judge, and we have no objection at all, but are you just going to mark as exhibits the submission that we made of Mr. Lansford, and you're actually going to mark the submissions that we made that are in EFIS now as exhibits?
that would be my intent.
That makes sense.
That would absolutely be my intent. I assume, if I remember right, those contain the Excel sheets with the calculations.
Right.
And Judge, just from word from staff, we also had intended to include that schedule with Mr. Major's rebuttal when we moved to enter it into the record as well.
The work papers for the schedule? Because I'm talking about work papers, not
Okay,
schedules.
sorry. Mm-hmm.
Well, let me ask. As to Exhibit 600, the work papers for the schedules I previously mentioned regarding witness Lansford, is there any objection to the commission admitting those onto the record as Commission Exhibit 600? Exhibit 600 is admitted onto the hearing record. In regards to Keith Majors, is there any objection to admitting the work papers supporting his schedule, KM-S1, onto the hearing record, and that would be 601? Are there any objections? I hear none. 601 is admitted onto the hearing record. Regard to Mr. Riley's JSR-R-02, that would be Commission Exhibit 602. Are there any objections to admitting that onto the hearing record? I hear and see none. Those will be admitted onto the hearing record. Are there any objections to admitting Mr. Murray's work papers supporting his schedules that I previously mentioned, DM-S-2 through DM-S-8, and that would be Commission Exhibit 603 onto the hearing record. Any objections?
Only to the extent some of those work papers, and I think it's only, it is only Mr. Murray. Some of those work papers are actually work papers associated with schedules that are part of his SIR rebuttal that we've asked to be stricken. So to the extent that is the case, I would ask that they be provisionally admitted in the same respect as we have on the other ones.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Any objection to provisionally admitting Exhibit 603, the work papers supporting Mr. Murray's schedules, subject to the motion to strike portions of Mr. Murray's, I believe, SIR rebuttal?
No objection.
Okay. Exhibit 603 is admitted onto the hearing record. Thank you. That took less time than I expected. With that, I believe Ameren, Missouri has the first witness up for this issue. Whenever you're ready, you may call your first witness.
This is the ADIT issue, correct, Your Honor?
That is correct.
I'd like to give a short opening, if I may.
We're moving so slow at this point, and we've been behind schedule, and we've stayed late 2 nights in a row. So I've allowed many openings to this point, but I am going to ask the parties to keep them very, very brief.
I will
Go
do
ahead,
so.
Ms. Tatro.
Thank you. As the company approached this issue in this case, first and foremost, we wanted to make sure we got it correct. And we asked the commission consider that same goal above all else when deciding this issue. If the plant retires on October 15th, the estimated net book value of the plant that the company estimates and that staff agrees with will have an ADIT balance on its books of $136 million. And there's non-dispute about that issue. That means the company will have recovered that amount from customers previously and provided for rate-based offsets and PISA deferred return offsets in acknowledgement of the fact that the company's recovered those costs early, but have not yet paid the associated income tax obligations. Nobody disputes that the net present value of the company's future income tax obligations based on that $136 million is $87 million. That means it's undisputed math that the company needs $87 million on a net present value basis of cash out of securitization to satisfy the $136 million of future tax obligations. You take the $136 million that have been collected by 47, you get the 87 left. So that $49 million also represents the amount customers would otherwise receive as a rate-based offset had the plant not been retiring. But since it is, we give customers that credit as part of the securitization. We've developed a robust evidentiary record in this case, and I urge you to speak with Mitch Lansford, about that. OPC, of course, cites the Liberty decision, but doesn't acknowledge that the record is different in this case, and also takes an inconsistent approach because they say use part of the approach in Liberty, but they oppose allowing the company to recover the financing costs, ADIT dollars, that it would need to collect if it were required to refund as OPC requires. If you use what I will call the full Liberty approach, we will have collected $136 million. We refund $87 million to customers via an offset to energy transition costs. Then we would have to turn around and recollect from customers every year, over 15 years, about $3.9 million per year. I think you had a conversation with Mr. Lansford about that on day one, Your Honor, and he can certainly explain that further when he's on the stand if you so desire. Thank you.
Thank you. Ameren, you may call your witness.
Mitch Lansford.
I'll remind you, you're still under oath, and please be seated.
Mr. Lansford is still not done, so we will tender him for cross.
Any cross-examination by the commission staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination by the Office of the Public Counsel?
Thank you, no.
Any questions from the commission? I have a few questions to ask. Would you agree that the tax benefit results from any tax law? Would you agree that the tax benefits result from any tax law that reduces your tax liability?
Yes, yeah, deductions on your tax return result in benefits. Yeah,
Is accelerated depreciation a tax benefit to the utility?
it is. It's a tax deduction, yes.
Do you have your direct testimony available?
I do.
Would you turn to page 20? And if you look on lines 15 and 16, you ask, what is the appropriate reduction of the Rush Island securitization revenue requirement related to ADIT? And that is, for the court reporter's benefit, that is ADIT. Is this amount supposed to,
I'm sorry, Judge, you said page 20, and
page 20, lines 15 and 16?
for whatever reason, the copy that I have here does not have the text that you were just reading.
Okay, well, let me try that. I'll just quote you the text as I've got it, and I'm not sure exactly where in your direct it is then. What is the appropriate reduction in the Rush Island securitization revenue requirement related to ADIT?
I've found that now. I'm with you.
Okay.
It's just a slightly different page.
I'm sorry, would you correct me? What page is it on?
I found it on page 21, line 15 and 16.
Oh, good. Thank you so much. I apologize for that mistake. Is this amount supposed to represent the ADIT credit to customers, reducing the amount of the utility tariff bonds stated in 393-1700.23CM?
Are you asking, is this the amount that should offset energy transition costs relating to ADIT? Did I understand your question correctly?
Correct.
Yes.
Do you have your schedule MJLD5, line 1?
I do. Turning to it now. D5. Oh, I do. I'm there.
Okay. On line 1, the original cost of the plant has a balance of $1,000 in all columns 1 through 21. And line 2, depreciation reserve increases at a rate of 50 per year. So that column 21 has 1,000. Does this schedule represent retired plant remaining in rates until its normal retirement date?
Yes, this is an example of normal rate making.
On the same schedule, line 23, future payments for ADIT. If the plant were retired in year 10 and removed from rates in the same year, would there be any return resulting in taxable income or income tax related to the retired plant in years 11 through 21?
I found the reference. Could you please repeat your
I'm
question?
sorry. These are, yeah. Line 23. Future payments for ADIT. If the plant were retired in year 10 and removed from rates in that same year, would there be any return resulting in taxable income or income tax related to the retired plant in years 11 through 21?
I think that would depend on how the commission ruled in you know, in a case that related to the recovery of any remaining amount.
Can you explain that? What would influence that?
Well, as I'm looking at line 10 here, there's a remaining sort of unrecovered amount. And on line 9, $412.50. And whether and to what extent income taxes and a return would be appropriate from any point forward beyond year 10 in this analysis would be a decision that would be up to a commission at that point in time.
Okay, thank you. Would you flip to Schedule MJL S5?
I'm there.
Line 7 is described as the net present value of the tax benefits, NPV 15 years. And the column B amount is $49,178,167. I think we ran into this yesterday. You can't, because yours is not in Excel, you can't access the cell numbers. Great. Can you pull it up in there?
All right, I'm there, sir. Your Honor.
Now, look at the cell E15,
Yes.
and it takes an amount from tab NPV, net present value, ADIT, and that would be cell E37. Cell B37 is the same amount, correct?
That's right.
On that same schedule, cell B35 and E35 amounts are $89,947,366, and those are described as NPV ADIT. Is that correct?
I believe you said 89 million, and I would just correct that to 86,947,366.
Thank you. Cell B14 on the NPV ADIT tab is described as the estimated total deferred taxes, and the cell formula is the net book values from Schedule S5, line 3, times Ameren's tax rate, plus what appears to be the excess ADIT balance at October 15th, 2024,
That's correct.
taken from the tab deferred tax and NBNT. Do those amounts on tab deferred def tax and NBNT represent the ADIT balances at different dates allocated to Rush Island?
Yes, I believe so.
And why wasn't the total ADIT balance at October 15th used for that calculation?
The total ADIT balance as of October 15th, used for which calculation? I'm sorry.
Used for the calculation that I had just asked you about, the amounts taken from tab def tax and NBNT.
Can you point me to a cell reference, please?
I cannot because I just have the question written out.
Of course, the aided balance that will exist on October 15th of 2024 hasn't occurred yet. So we're talking about a projection. So there is no balance to rely on, other than, not from a historical period, of course. And what you see in this tab, DEF tax and NBNT, are 12/31/2022 aided balances.
Say that again?
December 31st of 2022 aided balances. And we use that, the reason that those exist and what this tab is attempting to accomplish is to look at what excess aided is as of a point in time, as of 12/31/2022, and, and allocate that total amount across the entire company to the relevant portion to Rush Island. So the whole purpose of this tab is to determine or develop the allocation of total excess aided that is relevant to Rush Island.
Do the amounts on that tab include the tax deduction for the loss on the retirement of Rush Island that'll be recognized on Ameren's tax return?
That reduction in tax basis has not occurred, or had not occurred.
I believe you said that October 15th is in the future.
Right. It does not include that future event.
In your testimony, you indicate that the tax basis on September 1st, 2024 is zero for Rush Island. Would this then have recognized the loss for tax purposes to get to the zero for tax basis?
Yes, that's exactly right.
If the entire tax basis of Rush Island has been recognized as a tax deduction at retirement, would the aided balance reflect that?
It would, yes. But the aided balance, importantly, would not be zero.
Can you explain that to me, please?
Any calculation of accumulated deferred income taxes is the comparison of your book basis to your tax basis. The book basis is $468 million in this case. The tax basis will be zero upon retirement. That's when we'll fully recognize our investment in that plant from a tax perspective. That difference, $468 million minus zero, is your total basis difference. You'd multiply that basis difference by your tax rate to develop your aided balance.
Okay, thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you. Is there any recross based upon bench questions from the commission staff?
No, Judge, thank you.
From public counsel?
Not at this time, thank you.
Any redirect from Ameren?
Who knew ADIT would go faster than base mat coal? I have no redirect.
Thank you, Mr. Lancer. You may step down. I believe the next witness is staff's.
Yes, Judge, staff calls Mr. Keith Majors back to the stand.
I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Staff, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I tender Mr. Majors for cross-examination.
Any cross-examination by the Office of the Public Counsel?
Thank you, no.
Any cross-examination by Ameren, Missouri?
No.
Any commission questions? I hear none. I've got a few questions for you. Are you familiar with the Commission's amended order for the Liberty securitization?
I am, yes.
Do you know that the Commission applied a regulatory liability credit to the Asbury transition, to the Asbury costs?
Yes, I am familiar with that, yes.
Do you know if that regulatory liability refunded to Liberty customers included in the rate of return associated with Asbury that has been charged to ratepayers from the date it was retired until new rates, without Asbury's costs included, became effective in June of 2022? That's a very convoluted question. Give me a second. Do you know if that regulatory liability that was refunded to Liberty customers included the rate of return associated with Asbury that had been charged to ratepayers from the date it retired until new rates, without Asbury costs included, as it became effective on June 22nd?
That's my
on June
understanding.
2022.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
You didn't? I just flubbed the last words. Go ahead.
That's my understanding that there was a regulatory liability set up for those costs, yes.
Would you agree that accumulated deferred income tax and net book value are not the same thing?
Oh, that's correct. They're not the same thing.
And are you familiar with how the securitization statute says things like this should be handled?
I have read the statute several times, and I am familiar with, I don't have it in front of me, but I am familiar with the statute and how a part of the statute says that the value of the tax benefits should be returned to customers.
We're doing this certainly differently, or what's being proposed is certainly different than what was proposed in Asbury. And it looks like this has been proposed by Ameren, and staff has agreed or is also proposing the same method. Is that correct?
That's right.
Do you believe that that method comports with the section of the statute you just indicated?
In my opinion, it does. And in internal conversations, I've gained an understanding of the difference. So in the Asbury securitization, the net present value of the actual deferred taxes themselves were returned, was a credit to the securitization amount. In this case, it's the net present value of the rate-making credit customers get of the accumulated deferred income taxes. That present value is what's being is a credit to the amount of amount being securitized. The difference there is the ADIT that customers have paid is the statutory rate that's been paid over the life of the plant. When you accrue that, it's an interest-free loan from the IRS. So ratepayers get a credit for that as an offset to rate base. So it's a zero cost capital. So if your rate base was 10 billion and then your ADIT was a billion, then your net rate base would be 9. So it reduces the amount on which the weighted average cost of capital is calculated or return upon. So the difference between this case and the Asbury case, staff calculated an amount that of the actual return of those deferred taxes that had been paid in by customers, versus in this case, the credit is the reduction in rate base, that valuation caused by or created by the accumulated deferred income taxes. So the difference there is in the Empire Asbury case, Liberty, take your pick, the taxes that have to be paid back to the IRS get added in as a charge under the securitization tariffs and amounts that would get added that customers pay for the next 13 or so years. In this case, there's no additional taxes that are calculated. So we're recognizing the benefit now as an offset to the securitization amount. Which, to answer your question 5 minutes ago, is as my non-legal interpretation of the statute.
Thank you. Those are all the questions I have for you, Mr. Majors. Any recross based upon bench questions from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Any recross based on bench questions from Ameren?
No, thank you.
Any redirect from staff?
No redirect, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Majors, thank you. You may step down. And I believe there's only one other witness for this issue, and that is from the Office of the Public Counsel.
Public counsel calls John Riley to the stand.
Mr. Riley, I'll remind you you're still under oath, and please be seated.
His testimony's already been marked. He still has other issues, so I will not offer it into evidence. I tender Mr. Riley for examination by others.
Any cross-examination from the commission staff?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination from Ameren, Missouri?
No, thank you.
Are there any commission questions? I hear none. I have some questions for you, Mr. Riley. Have you reviewed utility corporate income tax returns during your career at the Office of the Public Counsel?
Yes, sir.
Is depreciation expense a deduction that reduces taxable income for income tax purposes?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree that fundamentally expenses recovered through the cost of service create no taxable income? Said another way, every expense recovered in rates is a tax deduction for income tax purposes.
You could agree with that generally, but there's going to be things that are on the tax return that probably aren't going to be in rates. That'd be, the accelerated depreciation, of course, and added expense. I would say there's probably more deductions on your tax return than in rates generally.
Would you agree that revenues collected from ratepayers include a return on net rate base and gross up of income taxes to pay the return revenues?
Yes, sir. I think that's correct.
Would you agree that gross revenues less deductions results in taxable income to which the income tax rate is applied?
That's the idea. Yes. Yeah.
Would you agree that an ADIT credit balance represents a tax benefit to the utility?
Yes, it would be a tax benefit because of accelerated depreciation created the ADIT, so they had a tax benefit at one time. Yeah.
Is that the interest-free loan that was being
Yes,
referred
sir.
to?
That would be the interest-free loan on rate base.
Did you participate in the Liberty securitization cases?
Yes, sir.
Did the Asbury AAO, and for the court reporter, AAO stands for Accounting Authority Order. Did the Asbury AAO regulatory liability that was deducted from transition costs quantify the amount ratepayers paid in rates after Asbury was retired and no longer used and useful?
Can you
Yes, I can.
repeat that?
Did the Asbury AAO regulatory liability that was deducted from the, energy transition costs quantify the amount of ratepayers paid in rates after Asbury was retired and no longer used and useful?
If I understand that correctly, yes, it did quantify that.
Did ratepayers pay a return on Asbury's net book value and rates as a result of the rate of return applied to rate base in Liberty's last general rate case? And that was, I believe, in the ER 2019-0374 case?
Well, Asbury wasn't retired yet, so it would have been in a rate base and collecting a rate of return. Does that answer your question?
It retired shortly after?
Yeah, like January, it was collecting a rate of return through the end of that rate case. If I got my dates right.
If Ameren recognizes the entire original Rush Island plant balance through depreciation tax deductions, including the loss recognition in 2024, should that also be reflected in ADIT for the calculation of the customer credit to the securitization bond amount?
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead and say that one more time.
I will, yes. If Ameren, Missouri recognizes the entire original Rush Island plant balance through depreciation tax deductions, inclusive of the loss recognition in 2024, should that also be reflected in ADIT for the calculation of the customer credit to the securitization bond amount?
It's my understanding that all the tax losses and everything's represented in the 136 million. That calculation is from the net plant balance times the combined tax rate. So that would be all inclusive of the ADIT balance that would be associated with the plant.
Are you, I'm assuming that you are familiar with the, there's an alternative. We've done one plant retirement, or the Missouri Commission has done one plant retirement through securitization so far. What's being proposed here that by both Ameren and staff is different from the way it was handled in that securitization, correct?
It is different than what the commission decided, yes.
Do you believe that as proposed, I'm going to call it a new method, do you believe that the new method as proposed complies with the securitization statute?
Not the way I read the statute. I generally would fall in line with the net present value of ADIT, and the net present value of tax benefits is the same thing. So I'd be consistent with how the commission had decided in Asbury.
Why do you think that the proposed new method does not comply with the statute?
I don't.
Was that your complete answer, or?
No, I'm sorry. I'm going to, I don't read the extra step that Ameren has performed to get to their $49 million. I don't find that to be in what I read in Section M of the securitization statutes. I just read it to be the net present value of ADIT. Tax benefits and ADIT would be the same thing. I wouldn't make that extra step from the 87 million down to the 49 million. I think that's a step that doesn't, I can't find how you would conclude that you need to do that in the statute.
Do you believe it's contrary to the statute?
Yes, I do.
Can you And remember, I'm not a technical person. I'm not, my understanding of numbers is limited. Can you explain that to me?
As I read the statute, the accumulated deferred income taxes, including excess deferred income taxes, shall be excluded from rate base in future rate cases, and the net tax benefit relating to the amount will be recovered through the issuance of securitized utility tariff bonds, shall be credited to the customer. The customer credit shall include the net present value of the tax benefits calculated using the discount rate equal to the expected interest rate of securitization. Now, as I understand, to come up with a net present value is, you know, you can just plug it in. I used to be able to do that for the for the CPA exam, but nowadays I just use a calculator. But to pull that up is to take the benefits. I mean, we're all in agreement on how Ameren and actually how Liberty came up with the net present value of ADIT is the present value of future payments. So as Mr. Lansford laid out in his testimony and in his spreadsheet, he came up and then performed the calculation and came up with the 87 plus million. Now, that is my understanding of how this reads. The customer's credit shall include the net present value of the tax benefits. Now, I know that in Liberty and what we have here is we're arguing what the tax benefits are. And I'm going to have to fall back to what the commission decided and also what the Western District decided, because not only did they validate what the commission decided, they validated how they read the statute. And that's how I'm reading the statute, is that it is just one calculation and not a second step. So I think what they're doing is contrary to what I'm reading in the statute.
Now, I believe in testimony, it's been put forth by Ameren that the new method as proposed is more streamlined or in some way not as complicated or convoluted as the way it was done in Liberty.
I don't understand that. I mean, Kim Boland and, well, like I said, the methodology is all the same here from there as Kim Boland did it and as Mr. Lansford's done it, because I basically took I had no qualm with his spreadsheet, so I basically used his spreadsheet, is that you perform the net present value function and stop right there. So I don't see a streamline from any difference in what they did and what Kim Boland did in Liberty, and I can't see a more, that's what he's doing is more efficient, because there's actually another step to recognize how they're doing it.
Are the results from both methods comparable?
Well, up to the net present value of ADIT, and those, of course, are comparable, but then the subtraction of basically how it was, how Mr. Lansford did it on his spreadsheet is to take the 136 million, deduct the 87 million to come up with the 49 million, and then he's using the 49 million. So when you stop at 87, that's where I would go.
It sounds, so there's a benefit to the company in performing it differently.
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, the total securitization balance will be higher, so they'll get more money up front through the securitization bonds.
All right, thank you. Any recross based upon bench questions from the commission staff?
No, Judge, thank you.
Any recross based upon commission, or based upon bench questions from Ameren, Missouri?
Yes.
Please go ahead.
So, Mr. Riley, at one point in time, the judge asked you if ADIT is a tax benefit to the utility, and you said accelerated depreciation is the tax benefit. Do you remember that conversation?
Yes,
Is, in fact, ADIT a liability on the company's books?
ADIT is a liability, yes. It's,
And when we say it's a liability on the books, that means it's an amount that's, will have to be paid out.
but
Is that
he was
fair?
asking me for the tax benefit.
What?
The liability is just on the books. It's not representing anything within taxes.
It doesn't
the-
represent future taxes that the company will owe
It did, yes.
if the plant weren't retired yet. Is that what you're
When
saying?
the plant retired, you don't have any more taxes, no.
There will still be taxes owing, it just will be a different amount. Wouldn't you agree?
I don't understand where the taxes will come from. What would generate the taxes?
Okay. You, several times in talking with the judge, you used the phrase MPV of ADIT, right?
Yes.
Is that actually the language in the statute? Do you have the statute with you?
Yes.
Great. If it helps, I think it's .23 CM. And the version I have doesn't have page numbers, so I can't help you there. I apologize.
The section M that I read is customer's credit shall include the net present value of the tax benefits.
Right. And what are the net tax benefits?
That would be the present value of the deferred taxes and excess deferred taxes.
Are tax benefits and ADIT the same thing in your mind?
They are,
Why do you think they are?
because
I think the record got a little bit, you got to talk over each other. Could you ask the question and you answer it again, please?
I don't see any difference between the terminology there. The ADIT is a calculation of taxes. So calling it a tax benefit or calling it ADIT is the same thing.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Riley.
Any redirect from public counsel?
Just a little bit, I believe. Judge Clark asked you about and he used the terminology new method, which has been proposed in this case for the treatment of ADIT with regard to securitization versus what was done in the Liberty case involving Asbury. Do you recall that?
Yes, sir.
And he asked you if there was a benefit or you responded to some of that questioning by saying there was a benefit to the company through the new method versus the old one, correct?
Yes, sir.
Is there any impact on Ameren, Missouri's customers between the two methods?
Well, if you're reducing, if you're lowering your reduction to the securitized bonds, of course, the benefit to the company is they get more money up front. But of course, the ratepayer is going to have to pay for the bonds, and of course, they're going to be higher. If you go this route, the bond amount will be higher, so they will be paying more back in principal and more back in interest over the 15 years, so.
In response to Ms. Tatro, there was a discussion about ADIT and liability on the books.
Yes, sir.
Which books were you referring to?
Well, it used to be you would have a regulatory liability, a tax liability on the rate-making books, but with Ameren's, lack of a better term, regular books, they would represent a liability on there too.
Well, there are different kinds of books, are there not?
Well, yeah,
There are books kept for rate-making purposes, correct?
yes, sir.
And there are books kept for income tax purposes, correct?
Yes, sir.
There might be other sets of books as well, correct?
They would be the general books that you would do your public financial statements.
Would it be a liability on all of those books?
Well, when the plan is retired, according to the Internal Revenue Service, you would dispose of the plant and you would dispose of the ADIT. So there wouldn't be any ADIT on your regulatory books associated with Rush Island.
On your regulatory books or your income tax books or your,
Well, it would be, definitely be on your regulatory books. The IRS has stated that for normalization purposes, you have to take those off of your, out of rate base.
no further questions?
Thank you, Mr. Riley. You may step down. Okay, we are going to start, excuse me. We're going to start issue 9, asset retirement obligations. What amount of asset retirement obligations should be financed using securitized utility tariff bonds? First up, I believe, is Ameren's witness. Ameren, you may call your witness.
Mr. Lansford. And as he gets settled, he will still be back up yet again, so I will just tender him from cross.
Please be seated. And I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Any cross-examination from the commission staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination from the Office of the Public Counsel?
No, thank you.
Are there any commission questions? Hold on just a moment. I have a few questions for you, and I'll try and be brief. Are you familiar with OPC witness Shaban's rebuttal?
Yes.
And according to it, the water monitoring requirements require 30 years of water monitoring by the EPA. Is that correct, that the EPA is going to require 30 years of water monitoring?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with that aspect of Ms. Shaban's testimony.
Are you familiar with the EPA requirement that the facility be monitored for 30 years?
I know that the site is subject to the CCR rules, coal combustion residual rules, that require water treatment and monitoring and cleanup, but I don't know specifically the time period or timeline that you mentioned there.
Now, you've only included water monitoring and treatment costs through 2032, is that correct?
Yeah, as I was talking with, and working with some of our environmental experts, my understanding of what's required under those CCR rules, we could satisfy those requirements through the plan that we've put forth here and the costs that we've put forth here, which don't run out through a 30-year period. In fact, it's something shorter.
Okay, so to paraphrase, the reason that your water treating and monitoring costs only go out through 2032 is you don't believe that the additional 23 years are required.
It's my understanding that the plan that our environmental group has in terms of water treatment and monitoring satisfies the requirements of the CCR rules and all of their environmental regulations.
Okay, thank you. That's the only question I have. Any recross based upon bench questions from staff,
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Any redirect from Ameren?
No, thank you.
Mr. Lansford, you may step down. I believe the next witness is staff's. Please call your witness.
Thank you, Judge. Staff calls Mr. Keith Majors back to the stand.
Mr. Majors, I'll remind you that you're still under oath. Please be seated.
Sorry.
Go ahead, staff.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, staff tenders Mr. Majors for cross-examination.
Thank you. Any cross-examination from the Office of the Public Counsel?
No, thank you.
Any cross-examination from Ameren, Missouri?
Yes, please, just one moment. Thank you for giving me that second, Your Honor. Mr. Majors, do you agree that the CCR costs, you know what I mean when I say CCR?
Yes, coal combustion residuals.
That that CCR costs are asset retirement obligations.
That's my understanding, yes.
And is it your recommendation, and what is your recommendation be done with these costs in this case?
So, for the line item, it's titled Asset Retirement Obligations, ash ponds, I included that amount in the securitized costs at, $149,356. That's really limited to, the retirement of the landfill itself, and I think there's some, I think they pushed some sand onto the turf that covers where the ash pond was. And then for, I guess just to note the difference between, Mr. Lansford's work papers and my work papers is that, there was a data request that was issued, and so some of those costs that are in Mr. Lansford's schedule, were double counted in that line item and then in the water treatment and monitoring costs. And so, there's an OPC data request that detailed that amount. And so for the water treatment and monitoring, we're recommending that those costs not be disallowed, but they just be included in, the, future rate cases as with other water treatment and monitoring costs at other sites should those be incurred.
Are those water treatment costs part of CCR compliance?
There's certainly the possibility that they are. I can't say that they absolutely are not.
Please.
Yes. What number are we ready for? 26. 26, please.
Thanks.
Do you have one for the commissioner?
I am so sorry. Of course I do. Should I leave one for the chair?
Please.
I did, thank you.
Mr. Majors, I've handed you a data request and response that's been marked 26. It is an Office of Public Counsel data request. Do you see that?
I do.
And the question was dealing with this issue, talking about how long Ameren, Missouri is required to treat the water and monitor groundwater for contaminants from Rush Island. Do you see that question?
Well, yeah, that's not the question that OPC had, but I mean, you're paraphrasing, but sure.
Oh, just to be clear, the question says, presently, how long, paren years, is Ameren, Missouri required to treat, paren 1, in paren, treat water, and paren 2, in paren, monitor groundwater for contaminants from Rush Island site? Is that right?
Yes, that's
Okay.
what it says.
And can you read through that response? I'll give you a moment.
Please. Okay, I've read through it.
And the first paragraph of the answer talks about the CCR rule. You see that?
Yes,
And it says that the groundwater monitoring and treatment is regulated by both MDNR and the CCR rule,
yes,
first sentence.
yes,
And then the second paragraph, if you go down, talks about how long Ameren, Missouri is required to monitor groundwater at Rush Island. Yes?
yes,
And the last part of that sentence says, since it's unknown how long it will take to meet state and federal requirements. That would be for the groundwater,
yes.
correct?
Yes,
So that would imply that their CCR requirements include groundwater monitoring.
yes.
Okay.
Judge, I'm going to object at this point. I mean, one, the response to, Exhibit 26 is hearsay to begin with, and
Haven't moved for its objection. Or its
Let him
entrance.
complete his objection.
All right.
it's hearsay to begin with. I don't mind if Mr. Majors testifies to matters that are within his own knowledge, but to testify based on this exhibit, I do have a problem with because it is hearsay evidence, and if he doesn't have any independent knowledge, then I don't think his testimony is worth anything in this proceeding.
May I respond?
Yes.
I wasn't completed asking my cross of Mr. Majors on this, and I believe the commission considers him an expert witness who is able to rely upon opinions of other experts if he finds them reliable, which was the questions I was getting ready to ask him.
Mr. Majors, do you have any personal knowledge of this subject?
I mean, other than my experience as a member of staff dealing with these issues, no, I mean, I certainly haven't been out and seen the groundwater treatment and monitoring equipment out at Rush Island, but I
Are
mean,
you familiar with the EPA groundwater mitigation regulations?
No, I can't say I could attest to any of those.
I'm going to sustain the objection.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions for Mr. Majors.
Any redirect from public counsel?
It's actually staff
Oh, wait,
witness.
hold on just a second. I'm sorry, go ahead.
And actually a staff witness, so it'd be me doing redirect in the end.
I think, aren't we to the point where I would be crossing? But I don't have any cross, so go ahead, Commissioner
I'm-
Holzman.
No, okay. Did I not ask you if you had any cross-examination?
I'll just clarify, you asked for OPC to redirect, and that would be staff doing the
Oh,
redirect.
okay. I have done it again. OPC cross-examination?
No, thank you. Go ahead, Commissioner Holzman.
I apologize. I don't know how I got off track on this. I'm going off this wonderful little chart I've made.
These are long days, Judge. Judge, I have a question of you, if that's appropriate, a process question.
You are the commissioner.
This is the second OPC data request that the company has presented that's been objected to. Would it be, it was prepared in December 28 of 2023. Would it have been appropriate for these to be introduced as evidence in the preliminary portion of this? Why are, because it seems to me that it's a relevant document that's not, the question is it falsified? The answer is no, it's a legitimate request that OPC made. Why was it not admitted prior to this discussion? But now that it's being introduced, why would it not be relevant if it's a legitimate OPC data request?
Well, that has more to do with it is not a document that was prepared by Mr. Majors. It is not a document that was prepared by Ameren. It was neither of them. It is an OPC document where the question has been verified, and they're essentially asking Mr. Majors to weigh in on the response, and it probably would have been more appropriate for an Ameren witness to weigh on the response, since Ameren was the one who
Well,
made
I'm
the
not
response.
necessarily questioning, what they're intending to use it for, but if it's a legitimate OPC data request, then why wouldn't it be allowed to be a part of this discussion? That's my question. Unless it was, a non-legitimate, data request, it just seems like that. It seems like the information contained in this document would be relevant to our discussion.
I don't think it's not relevant. I didn't.
Well, I'm not questioning your decisions on rather you're admitting it or not, but I am sort of questioning the company's decision to introduce it at this juncture when it seems like it was prepared well in advance of today's conversation. So,
Can I stop you and ask you a question real
Yeah.
quick? Is this a document you want the commission to be able to consider?
yes.
Okay. Ms. Tatro, would you like to offer this document?
I would like to offer the document. Can I ask Mr. Majors a couple questions that might be helpful?
Absolutely.
You still have the data request in front of you?
I do.
And are you familiar with the individual who's listed as answering the question? Maybe not personally, but through data requests that you've dealt with in Ameren's various rate cases.
Actually,
mean,
Judge, I'm going to object now too, just because this is just the improper foundation. If this DR is going to come in, it should come in through an Ameren or OPC witness, and we should probably just
Well, again, I would
that.
I would point to the rules of civil evidence that say that if he's relying upon an expert, that even if it's hearsay, that if he believes that expert is credible, he can base an opinion upon that.
If I may,
Hold on just a second, I'm thinking about this, so everybody just bear with me for a moment. Mr. Williams, is there anyone from OPC who can authenticate that this is an OPC data request?
the issue is not that it's an OPC data request, that it's Ameren, Missouri response to an OPC data request. Now, certainly OPC can authenticate that it issued the data request and it got a response, but it can't authenticate the response itself. That would require someone from Ameren, Missouri. What I
Well-
believe Ms. Tatro is attempting to do is have Mr. Majors make some kind of an expert opinion based on expert opinion of someone else or information that an expert who's making that opinion normally would rely upon. He hasn't done that at this point. It's essentially a backdoor way of getting this response into evidence in this case. And it isn't, this is a fundamental evidentiary issue. It's not a technical rule of evidence.
And if I may also, Judge, Mr. Majors already testified that he's not an expert on the CCR. He clearly can't testify to this response in here. It's just, he's not the proper witness to get this in through.
Ms. Tatro, is there an Ameren witness that this could come in through?
There's no one here. Hang on just a moment.
Let's go off the record for a moment.
Yeah, could we take a short break?
5 minutes be sufficient?
More than sufficient, thank you.
All right, we will go off the record until 2:50.
benefits on the answer. So I think we could get it in the record that way. The other thing that I realized while we were on break is OPC's witness puts this exact quote in her testimony.
This exact quote.
I should say part of the answer. She doesn't put the entire answer, but she puts the first part of the answer in there.
Paragraph 1.
I believe that's right. Yeah. It's on page 4 of her testimony.
Okay, well, why don't,
So,
I'm sorry.
so she probably can verify it as well, because obviously she looked at it.
Okay, I will let you try and do it through Ms. Shaban and Mr. Williams. We'll hold that for now. However, Commissioner Holzman has some questions. Are you sure? Okay. All right. Where, and just because I got sidelined in the process, where am I right now?
I had completed.
Thank you. Any commission questions?
Thank you, Judge, yes. And I appreciate you going through that explanation, helping me better understand the legal process for admitting evidence. I'm not an attorney, so. Hello again.
Good afternoon.
My question is, Ameren's position, the company's position is that the $4.76 million for cost and water treatment should be included in this. You came back and said the $150,000, the $149,000 should be included just for the ash pond closure. Is that accurate?
Yes, that's correct.
But you're not saying that that number that they've come up with, the 4.7 million, is an erroneous number or an inaccurate number. You're just saying that it doesn't belong in the securitization process and it should be in the next rate case.
Correct. Well, one, they are estimates, and two, let's say the costs, hypothetically, without any evidence to that, let's say the costs go beyond the 10, 20-year horizon, then I don't know that if we put the costs in now at the net present value of the projections, yes, you have an account to account for the over-unders, the change. Estimates are always going to be estimates. There's actuals, so you have an account for that. But my understanding is it would just be for the life of the bonds, the 15-year horizon. So let's say you had costs that were still being incurred 20 years into the future. I mean, you would have to take, if you include the costs now, which are only seven years out, you would have to also be concerned about the costs far in the future. I mean,
Okay, well, so that gets me back to, I do have a question, because this response for data request, essentially, the last sentence of it says that included in the securitization application is 5 years of groundwater treatment costs from 2025 to 2029, and 8 years of ground monitoring costs from 25 to 32. And you were talking about 10 years, and in the paragraph before it said it's unknown. It's unknown how long it's going to be required to monitor the groundwater. So, and again, I understand that you were not the expert to verify this in terms of how they arrived at 5 years and 8 years. But my question to you is, assuming that 5 years and 8 years is accurate representation of what the company believes that this number, this $4.7 million represents, okay?
yes.
What happens in the event that it wasn't enough? So they get the upfront securitization bonds go through, they get their upfront money from the bonds, and let's say 10 years from now, there's still an ongoing need for funds that is not covered by this 4.7. but they've already been, you know, paid for the bond money, would the company then be responsible for whatever cost that would then be put into rate cases in the future?
Right, so I think my response to that would be, you would still have that over-under tracking account to track all the differentials between projected and actual costs. So in that regard, you would track whatever, in your example, it was higher, you would track that amount, and that would be subject to future recovery in a future rate case, along with all the other over-unders for the estimates for all the other costs that are included in securitization. If you include them in just as an ongoing expense, those would, if you don't adjust them in the rate case, it would just be the test year cost. But you could have an annualization or a normalization. An annualization would be any new costs that come around. A normalization would be, say, a 3-year average of those costs. And keep in mind too that the CCR residuals are at any former coal plant or current plant that would have to require groundwater monitoring and treatment. So there's more buckets of those costs that are currently being incurred by Ameren and flowed through customer rates. And so this would be in that additional pool.
And if I'm reading this right, it says the federal CCR rule requires 30 years of post-closure care.
That would be in the response to the data request. I take a pretty more, well, if it's a response to a data request, my opinion would be more information is more. I mean, but that's just my non-legal opinion. But I don't dispute what you just said, that it could be that you have to monitor those for 30 years.
So let's assuming that you do have to monitor for 30 years. The responsibility or the liability is not relieved even if these funds are exhausted, right? The company is still going to have to deal with the groundwater monitoring regardless of whatever the estimates end up turning out, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Financially.
Kind of another, probably even more, a longer term example would be all the major electric utilities and gas utilities, at least all the major gas utilities, and Ameren has gas property, they're dealing with manufactured gas plant environmental expenses, and those plants have been closed for over 100 years. And so those expenses are being flowed through customer rates. So it's not uncommon to have those long-term monitoring costs and environmental cleanup costs.
Are these expenses, is it a part of the requirement? You know, I know that there's coal ash liner, you know, the ponds are required to have liners. Maintenance of those liners, is that also a part of these? Would that be considered a part of the safe closure costs? Would that be the next issue rather than the one we're talking about here?
I think the safe closure costs are really I'll call them one-time costs, but they're really related to the closure of the plant itself. I'll admit, I probably wouldn't be the best person to ask about the liner. I know that I'm just not the best person to ask. It'd probably be
that's
Mr.
fine.
Williams.
So let me ask you from an accounting perspective. In your opinion, is the ratepayer better served? Because the whole purpose that my interpretation of the legislature's reasoning for coming up with securitization was to, you know, take a large expense and spread it out over a longer time to make the impact on the ratepayer to be more manageable and to have, you know, to do things like this that doesn't cause you know, an instant spike in rates that would reflect how much we're talking about here to get rid of, you know, 15 years of depreciation. So from an accounting perspective, is securitizing this 4.7 million, assuming that 4.7 million is an accurate number, is the ratepayer better served by securitizing that, or are they better served by letting that float to the next rate case and having a rate of return on it?
Well, when you say rate of return, they're operation and maintenance costs, so they wouldn't be rate-based assets. So I think the only really rate of return they would earn is through, technically, through cash working capital. So just. Technically through what? Oh, cash working capital. Cash working capital. Yes. So that would be the day-to-day operations. The company, if they buy office supplies or coal or gas, there's a cost of that money. And so as really all expenses get some kind of recognition for cash working capital. So there is a very tiny component right there, but they're not.
But I have a note here that says it should be treated as routine costs that are included in cost of service.
Yes, yes.
So my assumption is that if it's included in cost of service, then they're going to receive a return on that.
Well, I just want to make it clear. When you get a return on and return of,
Right, so it's a return of is the interest, right? The financing
that would be return on.
on. Sorry,
Right,
that
right.
goes back.
So if you install the wood pole and it has 10-year life, you would have depreciation. That's your return of the investment. That's over 10 years, and then your return on would be the weighted average cost of capital for the $100 that you had to get capital from the market and pay for the wood pole. When it comes to, those are capital items. So when it comes to O&M items, the coal you purchase, office supplies, you have a working capital amount. Let's call it that. We call it cash working capital, but it's essentially working capital that the company has to have for its day-to-day operations. So from that regard, you would have that pool of money, and then you're paying out expenses you're receiving in revenue. That all gets bundled up into a formula for the overall cost of money that runs to the overall cost to the company for the day-to-day operations. So in that,
This would go into that.
yes, like it would any other line item on the income statement. I always refer to our accounting schedules. So this might be in like a 520s account. It could be outside services, so that's 923.
And is that a better disposition for the ratepayer than if it was wrapped up in this securitization number?
I don't know if it's necessarily better or worse. I think going back to what you
More
said,
expensive or less expensive in terms of the rate itself?
probably it would just edge out on just slightly more expensive if only if you assume that.
If you went the rate proceeding.
Right, just because cash working capital, the working capital requirement is at the weighted average cost of capital, which is going to be slightly higher than your cost of debt. But I mean, that's such a minute amount of difference. I'm always more of, you just said one time, these large one-time costs. The water treatment really, I don't know that it's not. My opinion is it's not specifically related to the closure of the plant itself. It's specifically related to having an ash pond, which has been there since 1975. It's related to all the combustion residuals and the ashes. It's not specifically related to we're retiring this plant now.
So then would it be accurate, is this an accurate way to look at this particular issue? If the commission decided to grant the 4.7 million into the securitization pot, okay? And the 8 years of monitoring that this 4.7 represents is exceeded, that money is going to end up in a rate case as a part of the cost of service going forward 10 years from now.
Yes.
That's correct.
Yes.
Right? So if there's a slight savings to put this 4.7 million, even if it's borderline negligible, but it does err on the side of savings, what would be the reason why staff wouldn't support putting the 4.7 million in the securitization pot, knowing that if it's exceeded, it's going to end up where you want it to be anyways. Why shift the entire 4.7 in that rate proceeding today when we could potentially recognize a slight savings by securitizing it?
I think that's a fair argument. I'm more of the, I'm of the opinion that if there's, it's the one-time part, if you're retiring the plant, you're incurring all the demolition and all the costs of those one time and surrounding the closure of the plant. And so the argument would be, well, these are really not one-time costs. You're going to just keep on incurring these costs really ad infinitum until
30 years.
30 years. And so I'm more one to keep those costs, perhaps maybe from a review perspective, but I think staff's going to be able to review those over under and the actual invoices.
Okay, my last question is then, do you feel like the 4.7 million is an accurate representation of 8 years worth of monitoring?
I think it's a projection, but I think it's an accurate, I don't have any evidence to say that it's not an accurate representation. And I think the idea that you're going to get the over under anyway is fair. And I think there is a review process.
It could be less.
It could be less, it could be more. It certainly it is an estimate.
So, but when will that, okay, so let's assume the commission were to allow this to be securitized. The company gets the 4.7 million as a part of the bond payment. They now have that money. How is the tracking going to occur if it is more or less in year 9? Or in year 8, when that 4.7 million would have otherwise been accurately exhausted? How will we know? How will the commission know? Is the company required through the EPA or through the CCR rules to continuously submit some sort of ongoing reporting that lets them know? Because the way I read this here, it says that you have to do it until the water returns to, an appropriate level, which that could be sooner than 30 years.
Well, right, so you'd be talking about their, when they report whatever chemicals or contaminants are in the water, they would report that to MDNR and EPA. We would certainly be able to ask about what they send to them, but we would also, I believe there's an annual true-up process and a process in the rate case where you would be able to review those expenses.
I think this is a line of questioning that I probably need to ask the company. Are you aware, is this 4.7 million strictly in monitoring or is it in remediation? Will this money go to help reduce the chemicals and try to accelerate the water returning to acceptable levels?
That would be a question out of my wheelhouse.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Let's go off the record for just a moment. Commissioner Holzman has a few additional questions. Would it be possible to have Mr. Williams also testify on this issue?
Absolutely.
All right, I will take him up at the end of the witness list. Are there any objections to having Mr. Williams testify on this issue? I hear none.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think I missed what you just asked.
I asked if there are any objections to having Mr. Williams testify on this issue.
Obviously not. He can also answer the basement coal questions if you like.
Any recross examination from the Office of the Public Counsel?
Yes, please. Mr. Majors, you had a lot of questions from Commissioner Holzman about these water monitoring and treatment costs, and if they were treated in securitization versus if they were treated in a rate case. Recall that?
Yes.
Well, let's assume, although I know the data request is a bit different, but response is a bit different, but let's assume these costs are, the 4.7 million represents, let's make it 5 million, and it's 5 years of costs. So the annual cost would then be $1 million, correct?
Yes.
And if that were to be recovered in a rate case, it would be part of the cost of service, but it would not be a part of it where there would be a return on, because it would not be included in rate base, correct?
That's correct.
So the concept in the rate making would be an attempt to put into rates so that the utility would get the $1 million at the same time it's expending it.
That would be the overall goal, is to include the actual incurred costs for, and include that in the cost of service.
And then you brought in this cash working capital concept, and I'm not sure if commissioners understand that, but let's get into it a little bit. Isn't the concept of cash working capital, there's a timing difference between when a cost is actually incurred and whenever the expenditure is made for that cost?
That's correct.
Or I should put it, let me put it this way. There's a timing difference between whenever customers pay for that cost in rates and whenever the utility actually incurs that expense and pays it.
That's correct. There's various aspects of cash working capital that measure both the inflows of cash from customers and the outflows of cash for expenses.
So it may be possible that customers would actually pay for the water treatment before Ameren, Missouri actually incurs the cost for the water treatment. Is that not true?
That is a possibility. It would depend on a couple of factors. One, whether or not the water treatment cost would be included in just the overall what's called cash vouchers, or whether or not there was a specific line item on that. It would also depend on how the company pays for that, whether it's through a invoice, a check, or what's called an automated clearinghouse payment. There are a variety of factors that one would take into account when determining the impact to cash working capital for those expenses. I would probably add that you're talking about, in your case, $1 million per year. I would suspect that the overall annual expense for Ameren would probably be $500 million. So you're talking about, rounding, it would be a rounding error for this level of expense.
Well, where I'm really going is back to the comparison between recovery in a rate case and recovery through the bonds. If this full amount's put into the bond, the $5 million in my example, in this case, that's going to be recovered over 15 years through, Ameren, Missouri will get, let me try it this way. Ameren, Missouri will get the bond proceeds up front, but customers will be paying for this $5 million over 15 years, correct?
Yes.
And the bond interest rate's anticipated to be something like 5%?
Yes.
Now, if they're paying in a rate case, it would be $1 million per year, and the only, I'll use the word carrying cost, but it would be the capital, cash working capital that would be the added cost aside from straight dollar for dollar, correct?
Yes.
And you would expect that impact to be a lot less than 5%, would you not?
I mean, I would suspect the capital CWC requirement for that expense to be I would expect it to be, and again, I don't have the numbers in front of me, smaller. I don't know if I could say that, because, I mean, you're talking about tenths of a penny in the overall grand scheme of things.
Well, you wouldn't expect that customers were going to be paying, let's see, $1 million, and 5% of $1 million would be $50,000, would you, a year for these costs? In that example?
Oh, no, and the other thing you have to consider, the securitization would not, it would not have really a CWC. You wouldn't, well, just sitting here, I don't know if it would be more expensive. There are a lot of factors that go into that, for sure.
Well, what factors do you think would make it more expensive to go the rate case route as opposed to the bond route?
Other than, well, I guess one benefit versus the rate case would be, I guess this would be contrary to my argument, that if you put them in the securitization, the over-under fund is a tracker. So you would be able to capture that at a point in time, whereas you wouldn't necessarily track these costs in the rate case. So, you know, the benefits there, I'm more of the opinion of you as much as possible, you want to keep things out of trackers because there's an incentive for the company to minimize those costs for all costs that are not tracked. Now, I'm not saying that the company doesn't have an incentive to keep costs low or to reduce costs that are tracked, but I think there's certainly more of an incentive of items that are not in a tracking mechanism. And so there's no tracking mechanism to water treatment. I think you would have a tracking mechanism for in this case, if you did securitize them, you're kind of you're setting up a tracking mechanism in practice if it's not specifically called one.
Well, ultimately, in either scenario, ideally, customers are going to pay the full cost. It's a matter of timing and if there's an additional cost because of interest, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Any requests from Ameren?
Yes. Do you happen to have a copy of the rebuttal testimony of Mitch Lansford with you?
Unfortunately, I do not, but I've read it. I mean, I could certainly
Okay.
attempt to answer your question.
Well, I want to talk about one page, and I have a copy that I will bring you. May I
Okay,
approach?
excellent.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I've handed you page 34 of Mitch Lansford's rebuttal testimony.
Yes.
And there's a heading, ARO, Water Treatment and Monitoring, on line 7.
Yes.
Then we go down to line 13. Mr. Lansford testifies that an ARO is an obligation to return a piece of property back to its original condition upon retirement of an asset. You agree with that?
Yes.
Then he says water treatment and monitoring is the central component of the company's ARO related to Rush Island. Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you believe Mitch Lansford to be qualified to make that assertion?
Yes.
He is familiar with the company's ARO and the costs that are included within it?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Holzman asked you some questions about what if the talking about the water portion of the AARO, and he said, if the costs aren't recovered fully through the securitization, then they be in the next rate case. And you said if it goes outside of the 20-year or 15-year horizon, I guess, of the securitization bonds. And you continued on to say that if the costs are outside of the life of the bonds, then they wouldn't be covered. Would you agree with me that, well, assume for me for a moment that the costs do indeed only last 7 years, which was Mitchell Lansford's testimony, right?
Yes.
And at that time, then the cost is paid off.
Yes.
And if it took less than that time or less than that money, the customers would get that back through the reconciliation in a rate case.
Yes, that's correct.
And if it took longer than the time and dollars that are in the securitization, that also would be reconciled in a rate case.
Yes.
Okay. Then at the very end, Nathan asked you to assume 5 years and $5 million, and you remember that conversation.
I do.
And he went through your example about cash working capital and treating it as an expense. But if the water costs are indeed AROs, that's a rate-based component, is it not?
It is in the, it would be in the sense for plant that's not retired. I don't know if that would hold true for retired plant.
Is it accounted for as a removal cost?
I really don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, would you agree with me that removal costs are in rate base?
Yes, there is accrual for cost removal in the accumulated reserve.
And so things that are in rate base get a return?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Commissioner Holzman has another question for this witness.
When it comes to inflation, would the ratepayer be better off from an accounting perspective if the company were to securitize this $4.7 million in 2024 dollars, assuming that the value of the dollar remains consistent, then putting this in rate base and potentially dealing with it 3 years from now in the event that inflation were to continue to grow and or the cost of goods and services would continue to grow? Is there a correlation that would suggest 2024 dollars for the ratepayer because its value is what it is today would be better off to have the company receive that amount and be paid in full versus taking the chance that 5 years from now the cost of services and the cost of goods and the dollar itself has increased? Does that make sense? Does my question make sense?
I think so. So keep in mind too that these dollars are discounted, right? Using the 5.59 bond rate. So I would say you're still going to have whatever actual, well, okay, I think.
Because of the reconciliation, you're still going to.
Right. That would hold true if these were one-time costs. So if you had the option of, let's say we could do all the water treatment and monitoring in year one, that would shield this cost from inflation. The problem is that whether or not, it doesn't matter whether or not you securitize the cost, it's still going to be on the same time frame, 5 years, 7 years, 30 years, whatever the actual time frame
Right.
is. So you wouldn't get shielded from inflation that way. The way you would, the only way in my mind you would get shielded from inflation is if you had the choice to do a one-time cost.
Okay. So because then that could get us back to the remediation side, which I'll talk to Williams. All right, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Any recross from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Any recross from Ameren, Missouri?
Yes. Based on the commissioner's question, do you know what the commission decided in the Liberty case, the Liberty securitization case, about whether or not customers would be better off for it to be recovered through securitization or through a traditional rate case?
I don't know if that specific question was raised. I know that some ARO costs were reflected in the securitization amount. I don't know specifically that the issue of whether or not you would, I guess implicitly, if they were included in the securitization, there was the implicit idea that they were better off through the securitization than through rates.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Not the top one, that's mine.
Did you need that back? Okay.
I'm going to be asking you about paragraph 129.
129, okay.
I've put before you, and I didn't copy the entire order in order to maybe save some trees, but I copied the cover page, the index page, and then page 59, I believe, is on there. Is that correct?
That's correct. I've read this entire document, although it's not included here today, but
Correct. So paragraph 129 on page 59,
I'm there.
it says inclusion of the, and I'm sorry, this is in the findings of fact section, right? If you look at the page before, you can see it says finding of fact.
Yes.
Okay. And paragraph 129 says inclusion of the arrows and the securitization balance will benefit ratepayers in that if Liberty recovered these costs through traditional rate making, it would also recover carrying costs until time of recovery.
Yes.
And that's because it's an ARO, right? I'll withdraw the question.
Well, there's no need to sustain your objection.
Thank you.
Any redirect from commission staff?
Yes, Judge, brief. So, Mr. Majors, just to kind of take us all back to staff's position here, why is staff recommending that the water treatment and monitoring be recovered in a rate case versus securitization?
Well, I think probably the only unrefuted reason would be that these are costs that are not unlike other costs being currently incurred at other CCR sites that the company owns. So, I mean, that's, in my mind, that's an argument just to say, let's keep these just as vanilla, run-of-the-mill costs that will be included in the cost of service going forward in a future rate case. And I'm not entirely sure whether or not that these costs are already being incurred and paid for, because those ash ponds do exist. I'm not sure that they're not being incurred and paid for already and included in rates. It's just that because of the closure, that there's a desire to include those costs in the securitization.
And would the best place to kind of resolve those unknowns, would it be a securitization case or a rate case?
You're referring to the unknowns as what the actual cost would be or whether or not they're already being incurred and paid for?
Correct, being incurred and paid for.
Well, probably because there's no testimony on it right now. It'd be in the rate case.
Thank you very much. No further questions, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Majors. You can step down. I believe the next witness is public counsels. It's my intention to finish this issue and then take about a 10-minute recess. OPC, you may call your witness.
Public counsel calls Angela Schaben.
Thank you for correcting my pronunciation.
It's actually Shaven.
Okay. Okay, I guess Schaben.
Ms. Shaben, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this evidentiary hearing is the truth?
I do.
Would you please state and spell your name?
Angela Shaben, Angelaschabben.
Ms. Schaben, did you prepare written rebuttal testimony that's been marked for identification in this case as Exhibit 209?
Yes,
And did you have schedules attached to that testimony? I believe ADS-R-1 to ADS-R-4, and then ADS-R-5, which is confidential?
yes,
Would you have any changes to your rebuttal testimony for it to be your testimony here today?
no,
Is in fact Exhibit 209 your rebuttal testimony, your testimony here today?
yes,
Ms. Shaman will be up for other issues later, so I'm going to go ahead and tender her for questioning now.
Thank you. Any cross-examination from staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination from Ameren, Missouri?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
hello,
You have your testimony with you today?
I do.
Okay. On your rebuttal testimony, page 5, please. If you'll tell me when you're there.
I'm there.
So you talk about actual groundwater and monitoring expenses. Do you agree those are related to the coal combustion residuals rule?
Yes,
Okay. Do you agree those costs are properly accounted for in an ARO?
no,
And why not?
because they're ongoing maintenance expenses, in my opinion.
Okay. What's the basis of your opinion?
The fact that they continue to, Ameren's required to continue to monitor groundwater and treatment.
Has the commission ever classified them as ongoing expenses in the past?
Not that I'm aware specifically, I can't say.
Did you do any research to determine how it had been classified by the commission in the past?
Well, Sioux, as far as I'm aware, in Sioux, it's considered O&M. Because they do this for all of their plants.
We do this for all of our plants, yes.
Yes.
So, tell me what an ARO is if it is not tell me what an ARO is, first of all, from your point of view.
Asset retirement obligation?
And it's governed by GAAP rules. Would you agree with that?
I mean, that sounds right.
Okay. And I forgot to ask you this at the beginning, I'm sorry. Are you a CPA?
Not yet. No.
So what accounting guidance are you relying on to say that this is, does not qualify as an ARO and rather is an ongoing expense?
Well, I rely on staff's opinion a lot of times because I have to go through their work papers to figure out a basis. So I was relying on Keith Majors somewhat for this.
Okay, so you do not have an independent reason of your own? You're just relying on Mr. Major's opinion. Is that correct?
And the fact that it makes sense.
It makes sense. Why does it make sense?
Because it's a continuing, ongoing maintenance expense. It'll continue on beyond the closure of the plant.
Are you familiar with the, hang on, I lost my question. Are you familiar with the uniform system of accounts?
I am familiar with that.
I'm going to hand you part of 18 CFR Part 101. May I approach?
Yes, you may.
What's our number?
Thanks.
I'll give you a moment to look at that.
Okay.
Sorry, I was waiting for you to make sure you had time to look at it. I didn't want to hurry you. Are you familiar with this?
I mean, generally, I
Okay.
haven't spent time studying it or anything.
You see on the first page that it is Title 18, which is Conservation of Power and Water Resources. Chapter 1, FERC, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, Department of Energy. Subchapter C, Accounts under the Federal Power Act. You see that?
I see that.
Okay. Then if you would turn to the second page. Part 25, Accounting for Asset Retirement Obligations. Do you see that?
Part.
It's at the very top in italics.
Oh, right. I see that.
And then Part A is the definition. And it reads, a liability for the legal obligation associated with the retirement of a tangible, long-lived asset that the company is required to settle as a result of existing, I'm going to skip all the different things, but law. Do you see that part?
I do.
Judge, I want to object at this point in time because I'm not sure that this USOA is even relevant. It's certainly not the version that the commission has adopted by rule.
I don't believe that's true.
Would you state that again and add some clarity?
Sure, I'd have to look it up, but the commission has adopted particular versions of the uniform system of accounts for different purposes. And what was adopted for water might go back to the 80s, the version that was in place at that time. If there have been any changes to this provision since the commission adopted it, because this one shows an April 12th of 2024 date, so I'm concerned about the relevancy of this particular version of the USOA. I'm not positive it's not the current one in terms of the commission's rules.
Is there any way that it can be confirmed?
If you give me enough time, I can find the commission's, what version it adopted. I don't know. The problem really is that the USOA is so large, you have to go to the agency or to the Secretary of State to actually see what was adopted. There'd just be probably a rule saying the commission's adopted this particular version of the USOA. I do have a copy of the one for electric, but I don't have one for water.
Yeah, I think this is the one for electric. It says, Subject C, Federal Power Act. There are just water issues in the Federal Power Act. Right.
Well, I'm not certain. I can look and, I can look for the version of the USOA for electric, if you give me a few minutes.
Let's go off the record for a moment. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Thank you.
Are we back on the record?
Let's go back on the record. You're withdrawing your request, is that correct?
I am, thank you.
To admit the,
The accounting guidance, yes, I'll withdraw that request, that question.
okay.
May I approach the witness?
Yes, you may.
Thanks. Okay.
Lansford Surbuttal.
Page 34 of Mitch Lansford's rebuttal.
May I have a copy, please?
I only had the one page. This is the same document I went over with Keith. Sorry, Mr. Majors.
Okay. Go ahead.
Were you present in the room when Mr. Majors took the stand before you?
Yes, I was.
Did you see my cross-examination of him?
I did.
Okay, and you heard him and I discuss Mitch Lansford's rebuttal testimony, specifically page 34,
In relation to the ash pond,
and AROs and groundwater monitoring.
I was here for that.
Okay? Can you look at line 13 of page 34, please?
Okay.
And it says an ARO is an obligation to return a piece of property back to its original condition upon retirement of an asset. Do you see that?
I see that.
Do you have any reason to believe that that is an inaccurate definition?
I haven't seen it defined elsewhere as anything else.
Okay,
If
thank you.
That's what you're asking.
So ash ponds are an asset?
I don't recall writing testimony about the ash pond.
I didn't ask you if you wrote testimony about it. I asked you if you know, is an ash pond an asset? As used in this sentence.
So the ash pond is returning the property back to its original condition? Is that,
Well, I'm starting with just, is it an asset? That's one of the nouns in the definition here.
I don't know that I can define an ash pond based upon line 13, whether or not it's an asset.
What do you think asset means in the context of this sentence?
I mean, when I think of an asset, I'm just not familiar with ash ponds.
Okay. But you're testifying about the water treatment and monitoring work that is done on ash ponds in this case, correct?
That was separate. My testimony was separate from the ash pond. I didn't consider the ash ponds because I was considering the operation and maintenance part, which, if I recall correctly, as a response to one of my DRs, and Ameren considered those operation and maintenance costs, which is.
Is that in your testimony?
It is not in my
Okay,
testimony.
thank you.
Okay.
Tell me what the water treatment does that you are analyzing if it's not part of the ash pond. What do those costs do?
According to the CCR rule, it's returning, or it's cleaning the water
You can answer my question still.
Okay. It's, the CCR rule is required because coal was used on site, and it's cleaning the water until a time when it meets EPA regulations for cleanliness.
Okay. So it's a legal obligation?
According to the EPA and natural resources, apparently.
Okay. And it's to return property back to its original condition? Right, you said it's cleaning the water?
That is true,
Okay.
but it goes beyond the retirement of this asset, so
Does the statute say that there's a time frame by which it has to be completed for it to be considered under the securitization statute? Does it just say it's a retirement cost?
I'm not familiar with that part of the statute.
Did you read the statute?
I did, actually.
Okay. Let's try a different topic. Let's talk about the Liberty securitization case. Did you participate in that case?
I did not.
Okay. Have you read the Liberty securitization report and order?
I've read through it.
Okay. Do you know what the Liberty securitization report and order said about AROs?
I don't recall it this time because I read it quite a while ago.
May I approach?
Yes, you may.
Oh, this one? Okay. Sure, of course.
Sorry, apologize.
Did you want this one too? Oh.
All right, so I didn't photocopy the entire order. I photocopied, but you see the cover page, it says it's from the Empire, or as we've been calling the Liberty securitization case. You see there were two cases. One was for the retirement of a plant and one was for some extraordinary cost. Do you see that at the front?
I see that.
And it's dated August 18th, 2022.
Yes.
And then you see there's a few pages, four, of the table of contents.
I see that.
Okay. And then you see a page that says sub K, likely Ashbury retirement obligations. Halfway down the page.
Sorry. what
It's page 58, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's fine.
You see that?
I see that.
Okay. And under that it says findings of fact.
Yes.
Okay, then the next page, paragraph 129, says inclusion of the AROs in the securitization balance will benefit ratepayers in that if Liberty recovered the cost through traditional rate making, it would also recover carrying costs until time of recovery. You see that?
I see that.
And were you present during the time I had this same conversation with Mr. Majors?
I was present. Yeah.
Okay. And Mr. Majors indicated that the water treatment costs would meet that definition, right? Of an ARO. That wasn't a very clear question. I apologize.
Did he? I don't recall that.
Okay. If it is an ARO, then the commission found it should be securitized, right?
If it is an ARO,
That was the question.
if the commission finds it to be an ARO rather than ongoing maintenance.
Okay. And I think last of all, in general, you aren't actually challenging the prudence of these costs. You're merely arguing about whether they should be in securitization or whether they should be in a traditional rate case. Is that right?
That's true, yes.
Okay. I'm not sure that I moved to make the portion of the Empire Order, if I made that an exhibit, do you want to take official notice? Oh, it's Exhibit 27. Can I move for the admission? Oh, we didn't mark it? I'm confused. Do you know if we've marked it? Oh, okay. 27 we
It would be
didn't
my
ask.
preference not to take a part of a document.
Yeah, it's a
27
different
was
one.
marked but not admitted.
Yes.
What happened with that was Mr. Williams made an objection prior to you offering
Yeah.
the exhibit, and I stopped Mr. Majors from testifying about a subject that he was not fluent in.
So how, I would like to offer this as an exhibit, or we could take notice of it since it's in the commission's records. I could get I think I might even have a full copy. I just was trying not to print 10 full copies. How would you like me to handle that, Judge?
In this case, given the similarity and given that the commission has done one other securitization case, it would be my preference not to take a partial document into the record, and I would
Okay.
prefer to take administrative notice of the entire order. Are there any objections to that? I hear none. The commission will take official notice of the commission's report and order in file EO. Trying to figure out which one of these is. I guess it doesn't matter. In files EO-2022-0040 and EO-2022-0193. These are not separate decisions. Both numbers relate to the same commission report and order. And it would be my preference to take official notice of the most recent version of that, which would be the pro-nunc-tunc version of that order, I believe.
You know, I believe it would be the amended order with a couple of corrections.
I will take your word for it, Mr. Williams.
Well,
The commission will take
I'm sorry.
official notice of the amended report and order.
The record in that case certainly reflects what's been done.
Thank you.
Thank you. So in your testimony, you cite data request OPC 1105.
Yes,
Is that a data request you asked?
I think so, yes.
And you certainly read the answer.
Yes.
Do you have that data request with you?
It's actually right here.
Perfect. I think we had marked that as 26.
That is correct.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about this data request, if I may. So it begins by saying groundwater monitoring and treatment. Well, let me stop. The answer at the question at the top, which was asked by you, said presently, how long in years is Ameren, Missouri required to treat water and also to monitor groundwater for contaminants from the Rush Island site? Is that correct?
Yes.
And the first part of the answer, which is given by Craig Giesman, says groundwater monitoring and treatment at Ameren, Missouri's Rush Island site is regulated by the MDNR and the EPA's coal combustion residuals, or CCR rule. You see that?
I do.
Okay. Then the second paragraph. Says Ameren, Missouri has implemented a groundwater treatment system at the site where groundwater is pumped to the surface, treated, I'm skipping over a few words, and then returned underground. This system is expected to accelerate the return of the groundwater site to state and federal groundwater requirements, thereby minimizing future treatment and monitoring costs.
I see that.
And it indicates that is both under state and federal law, right?
Right.
Which they cite above being the EPA's coal combustion rules and the rules of the Missouri Department of Natural Resources, right?
Yes.
So wouldn't you agree that means the groundwater treatment is related to those rules?
Maybe the capital costs that they're referring to in here. I have another data request that asks about the O&M costs, which is the 4.7 million.
And how are those O&M costs treated on Ameren, Missouri's books?
Operations and maintenance
I know what it stands for. How are they treated on the books?
as a expense.
You don't think they're captured in the ARO?
I don't think so.
You don't know?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you. I have no further questions. Oh, yeah. Now I'd like to move for admission of the data request, 1105.
Same objection as before, Judge. There's still no authentication of the data request response. It's hearsay.
She asked the question, she received the answer, she put the answer in her own testimony. She clearly believes that it is accurate and truthful and comes from a source upon which she can rely.
Your response to the fact that she quoted part of it in her testimony?
It's already in her testimony. It's available there. I don't know what purpose serves. I mean, if they're offering it for the truth of what's stated in it, I object to that. It's been presented to get some responses from Ms. Shaban as to, based upon what's stated in there, but that's different than offering the document itself for the truth of what's stated therein.
It's offered
I'm
for
gonna-
completeness.
Please stop.
Sorry.
And I wasn't trying to be rude. I'm just trying to. I'm going to overrule your objection. I'm going to admit it and give it its due weight. Exhibit 26 is admitted onto the hearing record. Any further cross from Ameren, Missouri?
I am done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any commission questions for this witness? I just have a couple, Ms. Shaban.
Okay.
You stated in your testimony that Ameren was obligated to do groundwater treatment for or 30 years of water monitoring. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where does that requirement come from?
The CCR rule, which was quoted, it was a response. It was in the response from the data request from Ameren.
Are you familiar with that rule at all?
I did read through it, yes.
Are there any exceptions to that 30-year groundwater monitoring, or is it a hard 30 in your mind?
I think it's up to 30 years or beyond if the water monitoring and treatment doesn't work within 30 years. It could go beyond the 30 years to return the,
When you say within 30 years, do you mean it could be less than, or do you mean if they get to that 30-year mark and it's not satisfactory, then it continues?
yes. If they get to the 30-year mark and it's still not satisfactory, it could go beyond.
But as far as you know, there's no shortening of that amount of time, correct?
I think it would depend on what kind of system is in place to mitigate the effects of the coal burning.
So you think there are exceptions based upon how it's mitigated?
I think as long as the levels, the acceptable levels of I think if the area is returned to an acceptable level of whatever the CCR is treating for, then I don't see why it would have to last 30 years. I went by 30 years because that was the response on the data request.
Were you present for Mr. Lansford's testimony on this subject?
I was.
Did you hear him say that, in response to my question, why didn't they include 30 years of water monitoring? He indicated that it was not required because and I'm paraphrasing because I don't know exactly, but because the way they plan to mitigate it would do it faster?
I did hear that, yes.
Do you have a reason to disagree with it?
I don't know for sure how long it's going to last. That's just, I mean, an assumption, right?
And ultimately, I'm assuming it will be the EPA that determines that they have met the threshold whenever it is?
EPA and perhaps DNR.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Any recross based on bench question? Commission staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Ameren, Missouri?
No questions.
Any redirect from the Office of the Public Counsel?
Just briefly.
Please go ahead.
In response to Ms. Tatro, I believe you indicated that water monitoring and treatment helps return property to its original condition. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Would you explain to me how it does that? Well, let's back up a step.
Okay.
What is done for monitoring water? Are we talking about looking at pollutants in groundwater, surface water, something else?
It would be the groundwater and perhaps like all water, groundwater and surface water.
And what does treatment consist of?
You know, applying whatever treatment is required to mitigate whatever contaminants are in the water. Mitigating the effects.
No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shaven. You may step down. Ameren,
Yes, Your Honor.
you may call Mr. Williams if you like.
Mr. Williams. Now, he's gonna, what do you want him to talk about? Is this the question of the groundwater?
I do not know. Commissioner Holzman had
Right,
some
Commissioner Holzman,
questions.
what would you like?
and
Okay,
we
that's
were-
fine.
Well, hold on. Let me.
I'm a Chiefs fan, so I appreciate that.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this evidentiary hearing is the truth?
I do.
Please be seated. Now, you've been brought up here for the purpose of, you're not generally a witness on this subject, but it appeared that you might be the best witness to answer some of Commissioner Holzman's questions. You may or you may not be, but Commissioner Holzman's not going to ask you those questions.
Very good.
Could I have him introduce himself and his title before we go to the questions, if you don't mind?
I would love that. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to
Yeah.
provide your name and your title and what you do at Ameren for Mr. Holzman and the record. Thank you.
Yeah. James Williams, Williams. I am the Senior Director of Operations Excellence Support. Been in operations now almost 38 years at several power plants across Illinois and Missouri.
my tendering for your questions, Commissioner.
No, because there's been no direct or sir rebuttal or anything filed on this subject, so you can go ahead and ask your questions.
Get my microphone here. Appreciate you coming up on this issue, even though you weren't scheduled.
You're welcome.
I want to go, before I have a series of questions on issue number 9, but I was told that you were potentially capable of answering the question on the base mat coal. And just real simply, why not use another medium to have a ground floor for the coal? It would seem like, well, I'll give you an example. If you do mulch, you don't use mulch to put mulch on top of, there'll be a concrete basin with gravel and they'll put the mulch on and then they'll pull it off. Why coal on coal?
Sure, there's a lot that goes into coal pile design. Primarily, we want to look at, spontaneous combustion. We want to look at water, rain, how it flows through the coal pile. Some of our operational concerns are fire as well as wet coal. When we're operating, wet coal provides a lot of issues for us. So what we like to do is look at that substrate, whether it's steel, how would water flow through that? If it's wood, how would that decay? Would that burn? Let's look at concrete. Is it porous? Would water flow through that? How much rebar and cost would be involved in pouring concrete to use as a base? Rock, I think was mentioned earlier. Operationally, what we do when we start pulling that coal off, or when coal or rock would start mitigating up through the coal, would then have operational concerns going through our belts, going through our coal mills. We want to look at steel would decay over time due to the corrosion. If pieces started to come in, could tear our coal belts and hurt our coal mills. If we had to replace any of those substrate options, we would then have to dig up the whole coal pile and replace all that. And I think Mr. Majors covered it earlier. It's really, a cost issue to do all that. Coal is readily available. If we start picking up other things in off the coal pile to go through the plant, it's going to cause operational issues. So, I've been to several plants across the country. I'm not aware of any other utility that uses anything else than coal as their base mat. But I think before we would go to one of those other options, we'd really need to study it and make sure it wouldn't have an adverse effect. Again, my biggest thing would be, how does water permeate through the coal pile?
Sense.
And if we have something like that would stop it, we really want, even right now, it's tough to get a coal pile dry. But we do a lot of compaction. We really are interested in the slope and how we can put equipment on there to keep it from combusting.
You have to use a liner on that?
No, we don't use a liner. We just run our coal equipment over the top of it to compact it, take out all those voids, air bubbles, if you would, where the water would collect, or where air could come in from high winds and start that combustion process. So that's why we run the dozers over the top of it routinely to compact it.
But when you're going to essentially dismantle it and remove it, the next issue here, we're talking about monitoring of groundwater from the coal ash. Does the coal non-ash, the coal, base material cause any type of leaching or any environmental considerations for the location that it was there and for 50 years? Will there be any cleanup of that site once it's, how do you break up 50-year-old coal that's been smashed down into, what does it turn into, like an asphalt type of surface?
It doesn't turn into an asphalt, but we're required to dig that out when we close the plant, and we'll have to landfill that base mat coal. It gets compacted and finer, depending on which mine you're from, has different characteristics. But no, it doesn't have any leaching problems. However, we do have coal pile runoff, and that's part of some of our groundwater monitoring. So we do check all that. But it is, and that's part of the design of the coal pile too, is to ensure where all that water's going, and we're doing that right too.
Okay. Moving on to issue number 9, the 4.7 million. So my understanding is now we do have this data request that's been admitted. That's correct, Judge?
That is correct, Commissioner.
Okay. And it says on here that application of 5 years of groundwater treatment costs and 8 years of groundwater monitoring. The difference between treatment costs and the monitoring is going to be what, is that a chemical treatment? What kind of application are you going to do for remediation on that water?
Under the CCR or ELG, which
Yeah, under the CCR.
under CCR, we
Yeah.
would, as mentioned earlier, we'll monitor for pH, total suspended solids, oils, grease, those type of things. We do that monthly and check all that. So if the pH is higher or lower than where we're required to our guideline is, we would treat it with an acid or a caustic to lower that pH or to raise the pH. And same thing with total suspended solids. We'd filter that or do whatever we'd have to do to put that in compliance. So that's kind of how we treat it.
And all of those treatment costs are going to be included in that 4.7 million that you're asking for in issue number 9, the ARO.
I believe so.
And will that treatment, that remediation speed up? Could it cut that 30 years of post-closure care down to a lesser number?
We sure hope so. Right now, our interpretation is we got to do this for 30 years. There is a process in place where we can apply to say this is what's been going on. All this data is recorded on the internet, so we'll be able to monitor that. As we get closer to the 30 years, we hope we can go through the process to see if we can, discontinue that process and monitoring and treatment. But it's going to take a pretty, good story and good data to show that we're doing it right.
And in the last couple witnesses, I learned about the reconciliation process, if it's less or more than in the period of time. What about a ash pond liner? Is that included, maintenance of that or upkeep of that, is that included in this cost as well?
There is some ash pond maintenance, and really it's around mowing. All the liners and things have been installed. We'll inspect that to make sure we don't have any ruts or water that's channeling around. But yeah, that'll all be included in that. And through the CCR, we, as we talked earlier, and you inject this, and we have these monitoring wells, several monitoring wells around the site, and we'll pump samples out of that, and that's how we monitor all the different sites to show across this footprint that we're consistent across the whole plant. So yeah.
Okay. My last question is do you believe that the cost of performing this remediation / treatment and the ongoing monitoring is going to get more expensive or less expensive as time goes on?
Yeah, I think the chemical prices may increase. As equipment fails, we'll have to, fix those. So I think it would possibly go up. I don't think a lot of things go down in price. But all things being equal, if equipment and chemical prices stayed, labor goes up a little bit, that type of thing, to do some things, it may go up.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Any questions based on commission questions from the commission staff?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Williams.
Hey, good afternoon.
And when it comes to the CCR rule, does that kick in when a plant initiates retirement, or is that an ongoing requirement while the plant's in operation?
And we have it as operation as well.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. No further questions.
Any questions based upon commission questions from OPC?
Thank you. What's the purpose of the water treatment and monitoring?
Both are to comply with the CCR regulations.
And the CCR regulations set what?
Coal combustion residual to ensure what is in the ground from all of our ash ponds is not leaching throughout the groundwater. So we need to prove and monitor that that's not happening.
So the monitoring's to look at the levels of certain pollutants in groundwater, correct?
Correct.
And the treatment is if those levels exceed certain acceptable values.
Correct.
Thank you. No further questions.
Any questions based on commission questions from Ameren, Missouri?
I would have redirect, right?
This is an unusual situation, so I'm not sure if it's redirect or not, because he wasn't up here for direct. He didn't,
Yeah.
so.
I'll just say, I don't have any questions for him, period.
You may step down, Mr. Williams. Thank you. I indicated when we finished this issue that we would take a short 10-minute break. It is now 4:19. Let's come back at 4:30. Okay, let's go back on the record. We just finished asset retirement obligations. It has been proposed that, that given that there are three witnesses in common between issues 10 and 11, just having just having those three witnesses up for both issues when they're up, and then calling the other ones individual, well, not individually, but on only their issue. So we'd be doing, we'd have Lansford up there to answer questions for 10. Williams would be able to answer questions for 10 and 11. Cunningham would be able to answer questions for 10, 11. Shaban would be able to answer questions for 10 and 11. Robinette would be able to answer questions for 11. And Majors would be able to ask questions for 10.
Judge, you could probably take that one step further and do this, and just do that for 12 as well. If nobody had an objection.
The staff's perfectly fine with that approach.
As to 2 or all 3? There's a point at which you achieve efficiency, and there's a point at which you overload it and it becomes muddy. And so,
We could go with 3, 2, either way, any kind of consolidation sounds good to staff.
Yeah, it's up to you, Judge. I just was a suggestion.
Whatever makes
Let's-
it easiest for the commission.
just trying to see how closely these are related. Hold on just a moment. All right, we're off the record. Okay, let's go back on the record. I am going to propose at this time that we condense issues 10, 11, and 12, since there's a broad overlap of witnesses for that. so that any witness that is on multiple issues can be asked about any of those three issues while they're on the stand. Are there any objections to me doing that? I hear and see none. So the next issue will be three issues. It will be safe closure costs. What amount of safe closure costs should be financed using securitized utility tariff bonds? Decommissioning costs. What amount of decommissioning costs should be financed using securitized utility tariff bonds? And materials and supplies. What amount of materials and supplies inventory should be financed using securitized utility tariff bonds? And since it looks like we have the same parties and the order doesn't change much, is there any objection to just going through all of Ameren's witnesses, and then all of staff's witnesses, and then all of OPC's witnesses? I think that makes the most sense. All right. Ameren, you may call your next witness for these three issues.
Call Mitch Lansford to the stand.
And to clarify, Mr. Lansford will be testifying on safe closure cost, issue 10, and materials and supplies, but not on decommissioning costs.
That's right.
Mr. Lansford, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
And Judge, this is not his last appearance, but he's already been introduced in his testimony. I will just tender her from cross at this time.
Okay, we're gonna pause for just a moment while I send an email to let the commissioners who are participating online and the advisory staff know what is going on in regard to the issues. Okay. Any cross-examination from commission staff?
No, Judge, thank you.
Any cross-examination from the Office of the Public Counsel?
No, thank you.
Are there any commission questions for this witness? Yes. Go ahead, Commissioner Holzman.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you just give me an example of what a safe closure cost would be that would differ from a decommissioning cost? Like, what's in that 4.4 million?
Yeah. Our witness, Jim Williams, can go into great
Okay.
detail on that. One quick example, if you want a quick example. I'm aware that we have to drain the oil out of some of the equipment there before we stop using it. So
Okay.
it's not just leaking all over.
Fair enough. Let's not trigger around.
Perfect.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll wait till the next witness.
Do you know how much of the safe closure costs are attributable to portable toilets?
I do not. To my knowledge, none.
That's my only question. Are there any questions from any parties based on that?
None from staff, Judge.
No, thank you.
Any redirect? Well,
No
Actually,
redirect.
hold on just a second.
sorry.
Actually, I'm incorrect. That I was looking at just one issue, and I forgot we're doing three. So actually, I do have one more question for you, Mr. Lansford. My apologies. And this is on materials and supplies, issue 12. Are the materials and supplies for the Rush Island directly assigned or allocated?
They exist at the Rush Island site, so directly assigned, I would say.
Thank you. Any questions based upon bench questions?
None from staff, Judge. Thank you.
Public counsel?
No, thank you.
Any redirect from Ameren, Missouri?
No, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lansford. You may step down. Ameren, call your next witness, please.
Call Jim Williams back to the stand.
Mr. Williams, I'll remind you you're still under oath.
Should I proceed, Judge?
Please.
Mr. Williams, did you cause to be prepared in this docket for filing direct testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit 17, there's a confidential and a public version, and surrebuttal testimony, Exhibit 18, which has been, for which there's also a confidential and a public version?
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to any of those testimonies?
yes, I do.
Please tell us what those are.
On page 10 of my direct, I indicate that a level 4 estimate is a plus or minus 30%. It's actually a minus 30 to 50%. And that was DROPC 8516. I made that correction, and there's a table in there. But that change on page 10 of my direct. Also on surrebuttal, page 5, line 11, I had plus or minus 30%. Again, that is minus 30 to plus 50%. On my direct testimony, I inadvertently, I talked about the attachment Y, did not include it. So that needs to be stricken from my testimony. We did provide that in a later DR.
Mr. Williams, what page and line number in your direct needs to be stricken?
Page 4, line 7 and 8.
And that's just that part of the, I think the second sentence that talks about the attachment Y, I think it might carry on beyond that. We wouldn't strike that, right?
No, just the fact that it was attached, and it was inadvertently not attached. So we corrected that, and we did submit the attachment.
With those corrections, if I were to ask you the questions that are posed in those testimonies, would your answers be the same today?
Yes, they would.
And are they true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief?
Yes, they are.
Judge, since we're consolidating the issues, this is the only time Mr. Williams will be up, so I will move for the admission of Exhibits 17 and 18, both confidential and public versions.
Judge, public counsel does have an objection.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
The objections to Schedule JWD2, which is to Exhibit 17, it is confidential.
Wait just a second while I pull it up. And to direct or surrebuttal?
Direct. It's the Black and Beach study.
You said Schedule JWD2?
Believe that's correct.
Okay, what's your objection?
One, it's hearsay. Actually, it's double hearsay because it's attached to testimony that was pre-filed, but I'm not raising issues about that aspect of it. I'm raising issues as to the Black and Beach study itself being hearsay. There's no foundation for its admission. There's nobody from Black and Beach who can be queried about the study. And Section 536.070 sub 11 lays out that whenever studies are done, they can be admitted if They were done under the supervision of a witness who is present at the hearing who testifies to the accuracy of the results. I have a data request response signed by Mr. Williams saying that the decommissioning costs that Ameren, Missouri has used in this case are the costs that came from that study, so it's not a case of using the study to inform an opinion.
Say that last part again.
Experts are entitled to use other experts' opinions and information in order to form their own opinion. My point is the study results are what inform, or are what is the decommissioning cost that Ameren, Missouri has put forth for Rush Island in this case. It's not a case of informing.
Why can't it be both?
Well, basically, you can't use an expert to pass through another opinion.
I understand. I'm just saying, why can't it be him relying on it as an opinion, despite the fact that this is what they used to calculate their commissioning costs?
But it isn't his opinion. All he did was confirm that it looked reasonable. The result was done by Black and Veatch itself. And that's the number that's put into the case. That's where it originated.
I know, I'm going to.
Response from Ameren?
Well, first of all, could I void ire the witness about the issue that's just raised, perhaps?
Yes, you may.
And then I would like to respond to the objection beyond that if I need to.
Okay.
Mr. Williams, do you have an opinion about what a reasonable estimate of the decommissioning cost, not the safe closure cost scope, but the decommissioning cost scope? Do you have an opinion, your own opinion, about what a reasonable estimate of those costs are?
Yes, I do. I've been involved in decommissioning of the Hudsonville plant, as well as involved with the Merrimack facility. So I got those two plants as well to qualify if this is a good estimate or not.
And what is your opinion? What is your opinion on what the reasonable estimate of the decommissioning costs are?
That was provided with this Class 4 estimate. I have high confidence in that estimate.
And maybe just one more question. Did you, in fact, personally have some input in terms of the number that Black and Veatch came up with?
Yes, I reviewed their estimate, challenged their $1.5 million estimate based on things I've seen at other plant decommissioning, and asked if these things were included. So yeah, I have a high degree of confidence in this estimate.
So Judge, with that, and given the provisions of 490.065, which allow experts to rely upon information from other experts or any source that they find to be reasonably reliable, I would submit that the schedule is clearly admissible.
I'm going to overrule the objection. Are there any other objections to the admission of Mr. Williams' direct or sir rebuttal?
This is a point of clarification from staff, Judge. I believe Mr. Williams did disclose a number that is confidential, and just want to make sure that.
Just now?
He did. Just want to make
Okay,
sure
is there-
that's
And it was
marked in the transcript.
my fault, Judge, for not catching it. I
Let's go off the
apologize.
record for a moment.
Oh,
Let's go back on the record.
my apologies.
Okay, what I'm going to ask you to do, Ms. Richardson, is with the confidential number that was just stated, if you'll remove that sentence and place that sentence as an in-camera portion of this hearing. With that, Ameren, Missouri, please go ahead. You were getting ready to tender your witness, is that correct?
Yes, I tender Mr. Williams for cross-examination, Judge. Thank you.
I don't think I've actually accepted his stuff onto the record yet, but I will go ahead and do that now. Hearing no other objections, Mr. Williams direct, 17 confidential and public, and his surrebuttal testimony. Well, did I ask if there was any objections to his surrebuttal testimony? Any objections to admitting Exhibit 18 confidential or public onto the hearing record? Hearing none, Exhibit 17 confidential and public and Exhibit 18 confidential and public are admitted onto the hearing record. And the witness has been tendered. Staff, do you have any cross-examination for this witness?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Public counsel, do you have any questions for this witness?
Thank you, no.
Are there any commission questions for this witness? Yes, Judge. Go ahead, Commissioner Holzman.
Okay, thank you. Start with 10 issue, safe closure costs. Can you give me an example of what that, I'm reading that the number is also confidential, so I won't say the number, but the number for the safe closure costs, can you give me an example of something that would fall into that category?
The way we looked at the safe closure was what we need to do to make the plant safe to bring the demo contractor in. So with the, say the generators, we got to remove the hydrogen. We got acid and caustic for water treatment that we need to remove. We got coal that's in the boiler, precipitators that need vacuumed out, that could spontaneously combust, so we got to make those facilities safe. We got glycol, different chemicals we got to do things with. We got bearings and oils to drain. We got a lot of our oils and systems, turbine oils and things that are stored there that we have to dispose of correctly. And that number I won't mention, but the big part of that is a couple things. The ELG that we talked about CCR earlier. We also got an ELG that we have to comply with, effluent limit guidelines. And part of that is with our LVW, how we collect that. We got to clean that out, and we got to temporarily run power to that to be able to use it, because once the plant's closed, we're still going to have rain and water. So some of that's taken care of those things. We got temporary feeds to some of our stack lighting, things to make it safe. We do have some rental in there for trailers and porta pots in the neighborhood of around $10,000 for the porta pots, the rest of it's trailers. All this stuff will be used just for the safe closure of the plant. Has nothing to do with the switchyard. It's all stuff that we need to do to work there at the plant. We're going to be removing power, so we're not going to have the facilities, so we're going to have provide some of these facilities. So yes, there is a little bit of dollars in there for porta pots and trailers. We're going to have to do some scaffolding to get to some of these areas. Like I said, a lot of it is around the chemicals and waste oil. We do have a few nuclear devices that measure our ash levels and hoppers. We got to take care of all those things. So it's really whatever, the contractor costs and things it is to make the plant safe, so I can let our people go and transition to other sites and bring a demo contractor in our project management team in. So
Why not just have decommissioning costs? Why is the safe closure costs broken out separately? Because that number is in addition to the decommissioning cost number, correct?
that is correct.
Why not just have them added together and call them all decommissioning costs? Because that's basically what it is.
You could, but I need my plant folks to do this work. They're most familiar with the hazards and how to deal with that, where they're at. I wouldn't feel comfortable bringing a contractor in to take care of some of these things, but the overall cost could be combined. You're right.
Okay. Why, in your estimation, are these numbers confidential? Like, what could someone gain, either another operator or other government entities or other states or the common ratepayer? Why does this number need to be confidential? What is it about these two numbers that are requiring us to not disclose them?
There's not a big reason. I mean, other than the scaffold contractor and getting their cost, someone might be able to say, if I'm going to be competitive with, at an Ameren site, this is what this contractor's got, and he might be able to underbid someone. There's a few specialty contractors in here that someone could take that number and figure out, well, it's going to be 300 man-hours. I know what their hourly rate is. That's the only thing. Other than that,
Okay.
there's not a lot, the Commissioner.
I could see that on the micro level, but the macro number, I don't understand what could be derived, from that. Why the public would be prohibited from knowing that number. In fact, I kind of find that one of the most interesting numbers in the entire docket is what it's going to cost to dismantle the site. On 11, in the decommissioning cost, staff makes a couple recommendations. A condition that you continue to provide bids and cost updates as they become available, and also recommends that regulatory account be used to reconcile any differences between the amount securitized and the actual cost. Do you find any objections with those two conditions?
No, that's part of our plan is to, we got this level 4 estimate. And as we go, we're going to be developing packages that we'll be able to go out and get bids on and use our internal sourcing folks to make sure we're getting the right competitive pricing. That we hope to be able to do that, to show this is our actual cost, this is how we added value to this project and saved our customers some money.
And I suspect at some point in time, these numbers will be available to the public, right? I mean, after it's all said and done, the cost to decommission will be a public number?
I don't know how that would work.
Okay. I see Mr. Lowry shaking his head yes, so
Okay.
I'll take that as a yes. On issue 12, is that number confidential? The material and supply inventory number? No, okay.
No, it's not. As far as
So
I'm-
18.3 million of materials and supply inventory says that you've determined that 3.6 million of the inventory could be used elsewhere. I assume that's being reabsorbed by other facilities. A total of 21.9. So 18.3 million was expected to be unusable. Why is that? Is that generally because the life expectancy of these tools, materials, and supplies have ran their course? Could you find a market in a third world or emerging country that still doesn't have the EPA policy or the regulatory framework that some of these materials and supplies couldn't be utilized? Why no market for 18.3 million?
Yeah, I'll start with the first part. We were able to transition 600 items for about a little over 3 million to our Labadie plant. When we reviewed those items, we can only transfer those that are similar like equipment that we could use. There are some similarities, especially at Labadie. At Sioux, which is a different style boiler, we were only able to get like 50 items for 200,000 stuff there. When we looked at Merrimack, when we did this inventory, we did try to go to outside vendors, other brokers, if you would, that would take this material. We put bids out, hey, we got this inventory, and we did not have any success with that. There just didn't seem to be that market. Now, that 18.3 million you talked about, we reviewed, there's a lot of items, over 14,000 items. But as far as the dollar value, we reviewed about 80 to 85% of that dollar value and found out we cannot use that at any of our other sites. There's still 1 or 2 million there that we're looking at, and if we could find ways to use those elsewhere, we will. But when we start looking at this inventory, we will actually try to find some better market that we could do that. But right now, we don't have any luck doing that.
So what's the ultimate fate of that 18.3 million in material and supplies? Is it going to be landfilled?
Or sold to a scrap dealer, whatever we can do to get the best value. So we got our sourcing group and our stores group will be looking at that, looking at all best options.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, we hope to do that as well. It's ideal for our customers if we can.
Right.
Yeah.
That concludes all three of my issues for this witness.
Thank you, Commissioner Holzman. I have a few questions for you. I've done this for a number of years, but I am still not a utility person or employee, so there are some word usages that I don't really fully understand. And so on page 4 of your testimony, you don't have to go there, it states the following transmission upgrades need to be completed before Rush Island can retire. I'm not sure what retire means, and I was hoping that you could clarify that. Does that mean that the plant has stopped generating power?
Yeah, we will no longer be tied to the grid.
Okay. Are there still operational or maintenance requirements after a plant is retired?
Yeah, we will have safe closure, so during that period, we will have some operations and maintenance activities, but once that's done, no. It'll be demoed down to a brownfield site. We still have our CCR and our monitoring we will do, but that'll be it.
But the operation and maintenance, that's separate from safe closure, correct?
Yeah, we'll have operations and maintenance till October 15th. Then we will shut the cross tie and no longer provide energy to the grid. And at that point, we'll transition several folks to other sites and remain a few people there to do the safe closure. So very little O&M will be done. It'll be closure activities.
Are there any requirements for MISO in order for a plant to close?
We are maintained under the SSR until October 15th, so we do have responsibility to have O&M work going on till October 15th. And once that's done, we're no longer required to operate or maintain that plant.
Are there any MISO requirements after
No,
that
sir.
October 15th? Now you might want to open your direct testimony to page 4. Would you, there's a table with 4 projects there. Installation of capacitor bank, replacement of transformer, upgrading of a bus bar tie position, installation of 4 SATCOMs. Would you briefly describe each of those transmission upgrade costs listed as needed for the continued, let's see. Please describe each transmission project listed as needed for the continued reliable operation of the system after Rush Island closes.
Sure. I think earlier in the proceedings, we talked about the attachment Y. And that was a study that was done to ensure reliability and stability in the system. So four basic projects were identified. One was a capacitor bank, and I won't tell the location. And right now, that's going to be completed June 1 of '24. There was a transformer to upgrade to a 700 MVA transformer at another location, another substation. That material's been ordered, and we'll have it completed by June 1 of '24 as well. The third project is a bus bar tie within our Rush Island switchyard. That's really a cross tie and some switches. We were able to get that done in a long weekend last December, so that job's completed. And we had to take one unit off and put one tie in and start it up, take another unit off, then put some switches in. So we were able to get that done in December. So that project's completed. The last one is installing 4 STATCOMs, and 3 of those will be completed by the end of this year, and the other one in June of '25. So all those projects are needed per the MISO attachment-Y study to increase the reliability and stability of the system.
Now, I know you said that there's no crossover, that the things don't touch, but other than the project you indicated that did take place at the switchyard and is now completed, do any of these other projects take place at the switchyard?
No, sir.
And I know you said one of them was completed. What are the status of the other projects?
The capacitor bank, that first project will be completed 6/1/24. The transformer, upgrade the transformer at another substation will be completed 6/1/24. And then the bus bar ties completed, then the StatComs, 3 of those will be done by the end of this year. And the last one by June 1st of '25. Those are all on schedule to meet those dates.
Do all of those projects need to be completed in order for Rush Island to close?
Yes. The 4 StatComs, we need 3 of those in by the end of the year, and that's what we will meet. The 4th one will be in June, and that's really to be prepared for the summer of '25. But yes, those need to be in.
Well, if they all need to be completed before retirement, what about that one that's spring of '25?
Yeah. Yeah, I probably misspoke there as far as retirement. We're going to retire in the fall, October 15th. So all these upgrades have to be done before, I mentioned they're going to be done June for most of those, but those StatComs, those 3 need to be done, but that 4th one can be done after that, even with the plant closed, per the MISO attachment-wise study.
So even after the plant closes, if it closes on October 15th, the installation of the 4 SATCOMs, that will still be ongoing, correct?
Correct.
I believe I know the answer to this, but is the SSR agreement with MISO still effective?
Yes, it is.
And will that contractually expire on October 15th?
Yes, we will no longer operate October 15th.
Is that when the contract was set to end for the SSR?
Yes.
Are you aware of any plans at this time by MISO or the company to try and extend the date of that agreement?
No, sir. We're by the federal court, we will no longer operate after October 15th under that guidance.
Does Ameren, Missouri plan to commence decommissioning prior to the issuance of the bonds?
The process will start, but we will not be able to get that done prior to the issuance of bonds.
You have a table on page 9 of your direct testimony?
Yes.
I'm sorry, a figure on page 9.
Yes,
And that shows the area of demolition for the Rush Island Energy Center, correct?
correct.
Where are units 1 and 2 in this figure?
It's all combined in the same number. So the demolition would be of the power block. That'll be taking the plant down. So most of that work is done under the demolition. Coal pile area and soil cover is to get to the base mat coal out and get it landfilled.
I think you may have misunderstood me. I wasn't where on this, where on this chart are units 1 and 2 is my question.
This is for both units.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't break it out a demo per unit, so this will be both units demoed.
Visually, where are they on this picture?
Oh, I thought you said you're on page 9?
Correct.
Okay. Sorry, Judge.
No, that's okay. At first, I told you a chart, and then I corrected myself, and you may not have heard my correction.
Take a closer look here. Okay, kind of top center, you can see that big black area, that's the coal pile. And directly, say, 10 o'clock from there, those are units 1 and 2. Kind of lighter colored. So yeah, that's the plant. You can kind of see the 2 round dots, so those are the chimneys. So and they attach adjacent to the plant.
Okay, so it's right over near that tiny little bit that says electric substation, is that correct?
Correct.
All right,
Yes.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Now, on this picture, there are 3 areas that are not designated as not included in the demo estimates. Is that correct? On this picture?
I'm trying to look at the 3. That's correct.
Would you, assuming it's not confidential, would you explain what these areas are?
There's really nothing there for the demo to do. The whole power block area is what we're looking at demoing. So when we're going to need laydown areas, we're going to need space to do things, so we excluded that from the demo.
Okay. Can you tell me what those areas are? Because the only information it says, one of them says closed ash pond not included, but the other just says area not included and area not included.
Yeah, those would be the closed ash ponds. If I'm looking in the right area.
Well, I'm asking about the 3 blue areas. What are each area? What are they? Like you've got one that kind of looks like a football field and it says closed ash pond, but I'm assuming those are at the bottom.
I believe the one may be the switch yard. Another one is a laydown construction parking lot.
Okay.
And that third one is just a building that's there for some storage of inventory.
After the demolition is completed, what are the plans for the Rush Island site, or are there any?
There's nothing definite right now, no.
Is there anything in the works?
There's interest across different entities on things that they could do. As I think it was mentioned prior, when you have a rail facility and you got access to transmission, there's people that's interested, but nothing that we could talk about or it's even concrete.
Thank you very much. Those are all my questions. Commissioner Holzman has a few follow-up questions.
Thank you. I realize since this is the last time we're going to have you, I wanted to cover just a couple more questions. So your title is Director of Operations.
Senior Director, Operations Excellence. So I have the engineering, the turbine engineering group, a lot of the strategy side, the training group reports to me, our travel and maintenance crew reports through me, and really the plant engineering folks.
Okay. Will you be involved with whatever the site is repurposed as? We heard earlier in the process that it's possible they could do battery storage here, 200 megawatts of battery storage. Do you think that you'll be involved in that?
Yes, I'll be involved in those. I may not be leading those efforts, but I'll be attending those meetings, yes.
Okay. This question is for my own interest. If you could go back in time and know we would be sitting here today and had an opportunity to put the environmental upgrades on it at the cost that they were, the time that they would have been, do you think it would have been the best interest of the ratepayers to have made those investments at the time that they could have been made to extend the life of this this plant? Or do you think sitting here today under the prospects of securitizing the retirement of this plant is in the best interest of the ratepayers?
I do believe the decisions we made were prudent for our customers. So the decisions that we made were the best decisions we could.
So now, sitting here today, securitizing this is your recommendation for
Correct.
the interest of the ratepayers?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any cross-examination any recross from the commission staff?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Williams, just got a few clarification questions for you. First, I want to do a little more toilet talk. Do you have your direct testimony in front of you?
I sure do.
Can you turn to schedule, I believe this is JWD1, please, and let me know when you're there.
What is that? I don't have. The safe closure cost?
Yes.
Yes, I got that.
And without getting into the numbers themselves, do you see where it says trailers, portable restrooms?
Yes.
And I think earlier you said out of the restrooms, how much of that amount was restrooms?
I would estimate $10,000.
Thank you, sir. And then another question. So when you revised, when it came to the Black and Beach study, changing it from -30 to +30 to -30 to +50, correct? Would that still make the study a level 4, or would it make a level 5 estimate at that point?
Still level 4,
Still level 4.
yes.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Nothing further.
Any redirect from public counsel?
I don't have any
Or
cross.
not redirect, sorry, recross from public counsel.
I don't have any cross, but I have an exhibit that I want to have marked and entered into evidence. It's an admission, a data request response from Ameren, Missouri. And I'd like to do it in this time so that Ameren, Missouri has an opportunity, should it choose to respond to it through this witness.
Go ahead. Oh, one additional would be nice, thank you. Yes, you may.
I'm handing you what's been marked as Exhibit 210. Do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
Answer to a question about the Rush Island decommissioning cost, and based on my schedule, to attach the study.
Is it a response that you provided?
Yes.
I offer Exhibit 210.
Judge, I have an objection. Mr. Williams indicates that it's an admission, but there's been no showing whatsoever that it's in any way against Ameren's interest, that it's inconsistent with anything Mr. Williams has testified to. In fact, the testimony he gave earlier is that it isn't inconsistent with it. So I don't think it qualifies as an admission.
Mr. Williams?
I think it does qualify as an admission, and I'll leave it at that.
I didn't hear why it qualifies as admission in those statements.
Because it says that Ameren, Missouri's estimates for the decommissioning costs are based on the Black and Beach study, not independently.
They can be based on the study, but not solely based on the study, Judge. It can inform the estimates that Mr. Williams himself indicated that he endorses. Doesn't make it inconsistent or adverse.
Mr. Williams, are you familiar with this document?
Yes.
And did you prepare the answer for this?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to overrule the objection and admit it onto the hearing record. I'm not admitting it because it's an admission of any kind. I'm admitting it because I don't know if it's an admission. I'm admitting it onto the hearing record.
Thank you.
For identification, was there a number?
210.
Okay, thank you. I missed it. Thank you.
I am sorry, I should go through that. Over Ameren's objection, I'm admitting Public Counsel Exhibit 210 onto the hearing record. That is Mr. Williams. Does this have a data request number? Or?
Yes, it does. It's OPC data request 8515.
Okay, that's
It's Ameren, Missouri's response to that request.
Okay, that's well titled it. I will title it DR, OPC DR 8515. Do you have further recross for this witness?
I do not, thank you.
Any redirect from Ameren, Missouri?
Just a little bit, Judge, I think.
Go ahead.
Judge Clark was asking some questions about the transmission projects. You recall that?
Yes, I do.
And I think the judge probably understands this, but I want to get a little more granular in your answer about the StatComs. Is it your understanding that as long as the 3 StatComs, which are going to be in before winter hits this year, are in, that under the MISO study, the transmission system is sufficiently reliable with just those 3 and not the 4 for the winter, right?
That is correct.
And that the 4th one was needed to ensure reliability in the summer, but wasn't needed for reliability in the winter.
That's right, to be ready for the summer of 2025.
Okay. There was some discussion with Judge Clark about operation and maintenance costs, and I think you indicated that come closure in October, by October 15th of this year, there won't be very many operation and maintenance costs after that, right?
Correct.
But you said there'd be some. Is that because you're going to have employees, their labor costs, for example, that the ones that are out there doing the safe closure, that's O&M, and so that's why you had a little bit of operations and maintenance after October 15th?
Yeah, we'll have a small crew there to safe close. We'll still have to monitor our outfalls and things. We'll have some chemists there. So, but yeah, it'll be limited people. But that would be after October 15th.
But now I said it. That's not what the safe closure amount indicates, right?
That is not included in the safe closure amount.
Do I need to stop and strike that?
I'm afraid you do. I apologize, Judge.
That's okay. Ms. Richardson, would you treat that the same way we treated the previous time, and that will be separated out into its own in-camera portion?
I don't remember who asked you about this, but somebody did. I think it might have been Commissioner Holzman, but the question about, yeah, it was Commissioner Holzman. There was a question about staff recommendations about providing bids, having a reconciling account. You remember that?
Yes, I do.
And you indicated the company didn't have any problem with that, right?
We do not.
When you raised, I think you raised a response to staff's testimony on this in your SIR rebuttal testimony, did you not?
Yes.
And I just want to clarify for the record, the company you didn't have an objection to doing those things. You were clarifying in your testimony that the timing of doing them will be after the bonds are issued, because you're not going to have any bids, et cetera, until well after that time, right?
That's correct.
So you're happy to provide the bids and the information, just you can't provide it at the time that maybe staff was assuming when they filed their rebuttal testimony, right?
That's correct.
Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ameren has no more witnesses for these 3 issues, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, staff, you may call your first witness. And
Thank you,
I'm
Judge.
sorry, Mr. Williams, you may step down and you're excused.
Thank you.
It's been a long day.
Yeah, thank you, Judge. Staff calls Keith Majors back to the stand.
And Mr. Majors is here on issues 10, safe closure, and issue 12, materials and supplies.
That's correct, Judge.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I tender Mr. Majors for cross-examination on issues 10 and 12.
Any cross-examination from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Any cross-examination from Ameren, Missouri?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any commission questions? How do you respond to OPC's position that all of the safe closure costs should be disallowed because they are temporary and provide more value to the work to be, let me rephrase this. How do you respond to OPC's position that these should be disallowed because of the overlap with the switchyard work?
Just the safe closure costs, I'm not gonna mention the amounts, but the smaller number, how about that? Is that, there's a larger number and the smaller number, but I think the safe closure costs were the smaller number. I mean, I would disagree with that, especially considering that, as Mr. Williams testified that there, those costs are for the safe removal of contaminants and volatile materials that, may inhibit the safe demolition of the units. So staff is, well, let me clarify. I think initially we did not include those costs. I think probably for the reason I would ask staff witness Cedric Cunningham, but we have included those costs in my schedule, in my SIR rebuttal. So both the small number and the large number are included in that.
Now, before I asked, is that inventory amount, that's not confidential, okay? All right. How did you arrive at the conclusion that the $18 million inventory to be recovered through securitization was reasonable?
Well, I think that one argument would be that those, kind of like some of the CWIP projects, that those were, I'm sorry, CWIP projects, sorry. Those would have been, the majority of those projects would have been completed in the short time frame. So by the same token, the company would have to have those spare parts, and did have those spare parts for the continued operation of the unit. I would also draw the comparison to staff included an amortization of, there was some obsolete inventory at an Evergy Metro unit. It was its obsolescence was created by the environmental improvements at that unit, and so we recognize that. It would be appropriate to include some kind of recovery amount for those dollars. So I think it's certainly fair and appropriate to include a recovery of those dollars.
In prior rate cases, do you review inventory costs?
Oh, the amounts of inventory. So on inventory, we'll look at the month-to-month amounts that are included in the general ledger. Usually for rate-making purposes, we'll take a 13-month average. I know 13-month seems a bit.
I'm going to stop you. I guess my question is, having reviewed inventory and rate cases, is Ameren's valuation consistent with that?
Oh, yes, I think it is consistent, yes.
Thank you. I don't believe I have any more questions. Is there any recross from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Any recross from Ameren, Missouri?
Just a very little bit, I think. Mr. Majors, the judge asked you about this, I think he was asking about the relationship that OPC witness Shaben raised between the safe closure cost and the transmission system, the switch yard that's located near the plant. Do you remember that?
I do.
You agree with Mr. Williams, do you not, that the safe closure costs that are going to be incurred to make the plant safe before it can be demolished Those costs don't have anything to do with the operation of the transmission switchyard, do they?
That's my understanding, yes.
Transmission investments actually recorded a transmission plant, generation investments recorded a generation plant, right?
And the according expenses, yes.
If that switchyard wasn't there, this wouldn't be economic. Let's say it was 20 miles away and you had a line to it. You'd still be doing the same safe closure cost, right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And just one or two questions on the inventory question that the judge asked you about. When you have a plant retire, you know, the power block, the building, the turbine, you know, all those things, they were used and useful. They can't be used anymore. You're recommending securitizing those balances, though, you know, that not the materials and supplies, but just the plant itself, right?
Yes,
And the materials and supplies from that standpoint are just like the rest of the things, right?
yes.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No redirect, Judge. Thank you.
Mr. Majors, you may step down.
Thank you.
Staff, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Staff calls Mr. Cedric Cunningham to the stand.
And Mr. Cunningham is here on safe closure, decommissioning cost.
That is correct, and this will be his only time on the stand now, so we will be entering his testimony on the record, hopefully.
All right, would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this evidentiary hearing is the truth?
I do.
Please be seated.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, or evening now.
Oh, yeah, I guess it is evening now. Please state and spell your name for the record.
Cedric, Cedric, Cunningham, Cunnigan.
And by who are you employed and in what capacity?
The Missouri Public Service Commission, and I'm a senior professional engineer.
And did you cause, prepare, and submit rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony in this case, which has been previously marked as Exhibits 100 and 101, public and confidential?
Yes.
At this time, do you have any corrections to make to your rebuttal or surrebuttal testimony?
No.
If I asked you the same questions today within your rebuttal and surrebuttal testimony, would your answers be the same or substantially the same?
Yes.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
Thank you. At this time, I offer Exhibits 100 and 101, public and confidential, onto the record.
Any objections to any objections to admitting Exhibits 100 and 101, the rebuttal and surrebuttal of Mr. Cunningham, onto the hearing record? I hear none. Exhibits 100 and 101 are admitted onto the hearing record.
Thank you, Judge. At this time, I tender the witness for a cross-examination on issues, on safe closure costs and decommissioning costs.
And those are 1011, right?
Correct.
Any cross-examination from OPC?
No, thank you.
Any cross-examination from Ameren, Missouri?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any questions from the commission?
No, Judge.
I have a few for you, Mr. Cunningham.
Let's go.
In your rebuttal testimony, it recommends that Ameren should request and receive a bid for the decommission work prior to issuance of the bonds. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, the commission's financing order if the securitization is approved, will be issued before a bid is received for decommissioning work. Would you explain how this bid information would be used in the securitization process?
So when I submitted this testimony in rebuttal, there was a misconception in staff's previous positions that I had from the Liberty case or the Asbury decommissioning. I don't think we can get it beforehand at this point, but I do think it would be beneficial, and we would still want to review those bids and do the same way we do CCNs or any other kind of cost analysis, scorecard analysis on those bids.
Okay, well, no changes can be made to the amount securitized.
It would be recovered in that regulatory asset or liability, the tracker. That's part
Okay,
of the
so
rule
that's
as
what you would
well.
be asking for a tracker for.
Yes.
And how do you respond to OPEC's position that all of the, this is the same question I asked Mr. Majors. How do you respond to OPC's position that all of these safe closure costs should be disallowed because there's a benefit to the switchyard work?
Just looking at the schedule of what they have included in the safe closure costs, it, not going into any numbers, but some of the items that are listed there are consistent with what I've seen in other facilities for decommissioning plans. So it's nothing that I would exclude just based off of that, because if there isn't any future use, they would still need to do it.
Okay, thank you. Those are the only questions I have for you. Any recross based upon bench questions from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Any recross based upon bench questions from Ameren, Missouri?
Very, very briefly, I think.
Go ahead.
Mr. Cunningham, you said something about a regulatory asset or regulatory liability, and the judge, I think, responded something about a tracker. Just to clarify, when you mentioned that, and I think when the judge mentioned the tracker, what you're talking about is these are estimated, both the decommissioning and the safe closure cost are estimated costs at this point. We don't know what it's actually going to cost exactly, right?
Correct.
And under the securitization statute, there is a required reconciliation process in future rate cases to either the company could collect additional money through rates if the estimates go over, or if the actuals go over and there's not a prudence issue or anything, or conversely, the company would give money back if they securitized more than the actuals come in to be. That's what you're talking about when you said reg asset and liability, is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding of the rule.
And you want the bid information, so on. You want to be able to audit the actual expenditures by looking at the bids and so on, like you would in any other situation where construction projects happen, right?
Yes.
This isn't construction, it's deconstruction, I guess, but from your perspective, it's the same, right?
Similar process, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any redirect from staff?
No redirect, Judge. Simply ask that Mr. Cunningham be excused.
Mr. Cunningham, you may step down and you are excused. Thank you for your testimony. I believe that's all of staff's witnesses. Is that correct?
That's correct, Judge.
Okay. Public counsel?
Thank you. Public counsel calls Ms. Shaven.
I will remind you that you're still under oath.
Okay.
Public counsel, go ahead.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're up here for the safe closure costs of the decommissioning costs issues, correct?
Yes.
You already have pre-filed, or your testimony's already been marked, so I tender her for examination.
Any cross-examination from staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination from Ameren?
No questions, Judge, thanks.
I have a very few questions for you.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I believe I only have one, unless I have a follow-up to it. Actually, I have no questions for you.
All right.
So with that, you may step down. Public counsel?
Public counsel calls John Robinette.
Mr. Robinette, I'll remind you, you're still under oath.
Mr. Robinette, you're up here on the decommissioning costs and materials and supplies issues, are you not?
Yes.
And this will be the last time you're appearing in this hearing to testify, hopefully.
I was on for one for you tomorrow, but I don't know.
The DOE loans, I
Yep.
believe that's been resolved without the need for you to appear and testify.
I believe that's correct.
With that, I'll offer his rebuttal testimony, which has been marked as,
207.
I'm sure you have an accurate list, so. Actually, I have him down as 206.
.206 is fine.
Thank you. There's a confidential and a public version, but I offer Exhibit 206 at this time.
Any objection to admitting Exhibit 206, the rebuttal testimony of Mr. Robinette, or Mr. Robinette, onto the hearing record? Exhibit 206 will be admitted onto the hearing record.
With that, I tender him for an examination on the issues.
Any cross-examination from the commission staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination from Ameren, Missouri?
No, thank you.
Any commission questions?
One question, Judge. Mr. Robinette, is it OPC's position that Ameren should not be allowed to recover the $18.3 million for materials and supplies because inventory is variable, and as long as Rush Island is operating, inventory should be reconciled in the future? Is that OPC's position?
I honestly don't know. My issue that I took with it was I was trying to figure out with the decommissioning study whether stuff was double counted in there or not.
Okay, because my question is it consistent, because you had testified earlier on net plant that you stopped counting in 2021 because they had announced retirement, but yet we're still operating, and then here OPC is saying, well, we're not gonna count this because they're still operating. Are those two things inconsistent?
I honestly don't know.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Any recross based upon commission questions from the staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any recross from Ameren?
No questions.
Any redirect from public counsel?
No, thank you.
Mr. Robinette, you can step down.
Maybe
And I believe you are excused.
Thank you.
Public counsel, you may call your next witness.
Public counsel calls Mansell Payne.
And bear with me for just a moment. I have a brief housekeeping issue to take care of. Mr. Payne, thank you for being patient. Would you raise your right hand to be sworn? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at this evidentiary hearing is the truth?
Yes.
Please be seated. Public counsel, go ahead.
You testified earlier in this proceeding, didn't you?
Yes.
Is this the last time you'll be up in this hearing as scheduled?
Yes.
Judge, at this time, I go ahead and offer Exhibit 205, which is Mansell Payne's rebuttal testimony.
Any objections to admitting public counsel witness Payne's rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 205, onto the hearing record? I hear and see no objections. 205 is admitted onto the hearing record.
I offer Mr. Payne for examination on the materials and supplies issue.
Any cross-examination by the commission staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any cross-examination by Ameren, Missouri?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any questions from the commission?
Just one. Thank you, Mr. Payne. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked Mr. Robinette. Under the net plant methodology, that $27 million was essentially disallowed because it was stopped counting in 2021. And then under this methodology, you're saying don't count the 18.3 million because the plant is continuing to operate. Are those two things inconsistent?
I'm not sure I can answer that fully without actually seeing the full argument laid out by Mr. Romanette.
But just logically, can you have it both ways, where on one hand, you're suggesting that net plant should not count because an arbitrary stop date was issued, and now material and supplies should not count because it's continuing to operate?
But again, I don't
Okay.
think I can answer
All right,
that.
thank you. Thank you, Judge.
Any recross based upon commission questions from this commission, from staff?
No questions, Judge. Thank you.
Any recross from Ameren, Missouri?
No, thank you, Judge.
Any redirect from public counsel?
Yes, I'm going to take a crack at it. You understand that capital items would be additions to the plant physical additions?
Yes.
And O&M is for things that are consumed while the plant is operating?
Yes.
Given that, is it inconsistent to allow operations and maintenance costs while the plant continues to operate and still disallow capital costs, absent of showing that those capital costs were necessary for the plant to continue to run?
Yes, I can agree to that.
No further questions.
Okay, Mr. Payne, you may step down, and you may be excused.
Thank you.
Okay, I believe that is our last set of issues for today. Is there anything I need to take up before we adjourn? I see nothing. We are adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.